Hello, everyone. We are now unmuted, and welcome back to Heck of a D&D.
Woo! Hello!
Hey, howdy!
In the last session, we were traveling from the city of Kelthalor, carrying a very powerful artifact that contained what's known as the Corruption, a very powerful aura connected to some deity, entity, or creature. We have not found out who or what. Along our travels, something happened to one of our party members, as Mr. Kane Clay was corrupted in the mind, in a sense, and cracked open the chest, revealing the corruption and turning a few of the guards that were supposed to be helping into these disgusting abominations. After a little bit of a fight and a victory, it resulted in an overall loss, as the box carrying the corruption was stolen underneath their noses. They have now made their way to the capital city of Grizzgild, where they hope to meet someone who can help, or maybe someones who can help, as well as getting some medical attention for the guards who were fallen. Welcome back to Heck of a D&D.
Oh, shit. So we're in Grizzgild?
You are arriving at the gate right now.
Do we know anything about this city in particular? Do we would I have heard of the general vibe of it?
Yeah, can you make a history check for me real quick?
I certainly can. That's a 17.
17's pretty good. Due to your background and your parents are very philanthropic, they word gets around to them pretty well. This is the capital city. Grizzgild used to be a very small merchants, not quite town. It was very much a village that had a few taverns, a lot of places to stay, as it's a very good place to stop midway between all of the cities of Lake Zadrin and around, as well as the Race of Six up north. It's more like a highway town in real life. But the current Terraking, he decided that there was just something special about this town, and he wanted to build it from the ground up. A lot of other places chose bigger cities, like the city you're just in, Kelthalor, which is a very military, kind of a larger city. The Terraking chose this place, and they're in the midst of bringing it up to be a very large modern city.
Okay.
It's all wherever the capital is located. A few things have to follow, such as a pantheon. Most of the main religions try to follow the Terraking, as the Terraking shows a place of safe haven and sanctuary, and the pantheon tries to follow in with that.
How open is the city to strange-looking creature people?
The capital and capital cities like Kelthalor, they are more accustomed to seeing interesting creatures. If you go to one of the smaller cities like Sixo, they're not going to be quite as welcoming, as their cities are pretty well established in what they do, but the cities that get a lot of travel and trade, it's just kind of like, oh, a turtle. Oh, half rat, half demon, half satyr. You know, that's not too crazy. It is important to make note that in Kelthalor there wasn't a whole lot of weird looks. It's just more like reverent respect in a way, I suppose.
Okay.
A lot of the popular guilds follow the Terraking as well, so you can find many training grounds. A lot of entries into these guilds, like the Merchants Guild or the Emerald Spear, which is a very popular blacksmithing guild, and that type of thing.
Okay. So who wants to be the one to tell them that we fucked up?
Should we contact them back in? Should we contact what's her face?
Do we have a way to contact them?
I mean, I can send her a message.
Message only works in short distances, though. We're miles away.
Oh.
I think Nora's gonna look at the 3 living guards for what the next step is. Did we have, like, an appointment?
Oops. I'm very sorry. I'm trying to.
You're all good.
Renaya's gonna kind of look in your direction. We are supposed to check in. With the container, but I guess we won't be doing that.
Checking in without the container.
Yeah, I mean, we should make a rendezvous for sure.
Hear me out. What if we... Okay, I'm not saying we should do this, but I'm just putting it out there. I don't know what it's like in the, I forget the name of the, what do you call your infernal plane?
Casimir?
Castlemar.
Castlemar. I'm not sure exactly what it's like there, but there is a chance there will be repercussions to us failing moving this object. And one thing, I'm not exactly sure what the Terraking thinks of any of this sort of stuff. So, just putting it out there. And I sort of look to the enfeebled guards that we still have in the cart just outside of the city. We could split. We just happened upon all of these things. As much as we need information from the, I don't know if we need it from the Terraking. We need it from we need to find priests, find clerics.
We do need to go to the Pantheon. That was established because they might have information on Warblood.
If I could chime in, we are actually required to check in with the Terraking. Well, not quite the Terraking, but at least
you've got like a hit point each right now, so I feel like you are not on the negotiating table. I'm just saying that. What? Okay, hypothetical. This we should talk this through at least a little bit. Hypothetical. What happens if we go in, we do everything we're supposed to, we check in with everybody, and there is some sort of punishment that requires us to spend some amount of time in indentured servitude, where we have to work in a mine for a month? Can we afford that? Like, what do we do in that situation?
Look, that would be awful. And right now, with the base assumption that the Terraking wants the corruption destroyed, he's going to be about as angry as we are. Our job is going to be to ensure that we don't all point our anger at each other, because that will be playing into Warblood's hands.
Listen, there's an easy answer here. Anis and I go.
While Cedric, one of the other guards, is gonna perk up. While I really appreciate the courage, you were essentially hired hands for the travel, and the guardsmen are the ones responsible for transport.
Oh, then I take everything back. We certainly don't need to kill these guys, and I don't think we'll have to take responsibility for any of this.
Bartleby!
No, probably not.
You say kill those guys?
And listen, you're fine. Kid, sit down. It's not a
We're
problem.
not. No.
Renaya just sits.
Nobody's killing anybody.
My head was thinking this: do
we
we kill
killing
3
people
guys, or do we kill 100 guys to break out of prison? And I was thinking, kill 3
We're
guys.
not doing
is easier.
either.
Bartleby, what you're saying makes a tremendous amount of sense. I don't think that you're going to have the kind of consequences that you think you are. But if you do, if you're worried about that, you and Nora can hang back. We're turncoats. He's gonna want to talk to us. We need answers, or Anderson and I can't keep doing this. We're the ones who keep getting war blood drawn in.
I'm also fully ready and willing to go.
I mean, if you think you're gonna get thrown into, I don't know, under a mountain into a mine or something, like, it would be stupid to give that up, right? Like, that's not a good deal, but we need to talk to this person.
I mean, maybe Bartleby
help.
will be, but...
Sister, we have seen how infantile and misguided other noble families and leaders can be. We should just be ready in case something goes sideways, and the Terraking, whom I know very little about, is a aggressive, vengeful king and decides to take his anger out on us.
Yeah.
Nora, people
Be ready. Yes.
listen to you a lot of the time, and that is a wonderful thing because you do have a very good attitude. But at the end of the day, I don't want to assume that everyone will.
I know. And we do need to be ready, but there's a difference between being ready and running away from a problem before we've established that it's a problem.
Okay.
The
The
bone
guards seem to
swarm
think
in the
it's not on
background.
us anyway.
The bone swarm in the background is just like assembled itself into like a hand with like a dagger, and it's just like.
He knows what I'm
Be
talking
ready,
about.
it's just more
He's
stabbing.
the only one that's making any goddamn sense in this group. Thank you, Bone Swarm.
Listen, I think we're probably gonna be fine. I don't think we're gonna have to fight our way out of anything. And quite frankly, I would like to be able to corroborate these guys' stories when they say that it wasn't their fucking fault that this happened.
Yes. So, Cedric, Renaya, and I'm so sorry. What's your name?
Oh no.
Well, that's why. There you go. That's what.
You with the red, the one in the red.
Uh-oh.
I'm so sorry.
Uh-oh.
But would you like us to accompany you?
Cedric is gonna take the reins of the conversation as Renaya is just kind of sitting there, keeping his mouth shut.
Kid.
I think it's probably best that you don't leave the city, but we should probably go at it alone.
Okay. So, us four, do we want to go to the Pantheon, talk to some clerics about Warblood?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably reasonable. Listen, I've got this sneaking suspicion that we are going to be pretty readily summoned to the court of this so-called king, being as we were the ones who... Being as how I was the one who kind of fucked us over.
We.
Just... We won't go far.
Good.
Now, does anyone know where the hell this Pantheon of Clerics is at?
Well, I assume there's like a temple.
I guess. How do people organize
might
their
be a pantheon of
pan-religious
temples.
organization here? A pantheon of temples? That would be a tremendous amount of space.
I mean, a pantheon is just a temple space that's devoted to all the gods, so why would there need to be a pantheon of temples devoted to all the...
Kane's just working
Temple
out the
section.
two-dimensional chess of pantheons of gods.
Anyway.
Does anybody have a damn map?
Oh yeah, map of the city.
I can get you a map when I talk to one of the guards.
That'd be great. Yeah, thank you. I think we just start heading in. I think that we, as soon as it makes sense, let the guards take the cart and peel off toward the Pantheon.
You arrive at the gate, and guard number 3 is gonna get out and go talk to the other guard.
Oh yes, the lovely supporting cast: Cedric, Renaya, and guard number 3.
He has a name,
Tag
and
himself.
if anybody can find it from the previous episode, that'd be wonderful. But if not, perfectly fine. Guard number 3 is gonna go talk to the guards at the gate. He's gonna hold up a hand for you guys to pause, and the gate guard is gonna go in for a couple moments, and he's gonna come back with some papers. He's gonna hand one of them to guard number 3, and he's gonna bring it back and hand it to Kane, and it's going to be the map as you see it before you on the table of Grizzgild. And he's gonna point to the largest building on the far right and say, "This is your pantheon right here."
Kind of a small town
Thank you, sir.
for a capital.
Cedric's gonna say, they're actually in the middle of putting a lot of money into the city, as Terraking Giltieth just, within the past 100 years or so, moved in and brought everything with him.
I'm sorry, we didn't get your name. What was your name, sir? Town guard, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry, that was Cedric that was speaking.
Oh, Cedric said that.
Ha! Gotcha!
Cedric, I forgot your name. I apologize.
I knew its name.
Well, I remember number 3. So
Guard number 3, yeah. Yeah, they're gonna let you in, and they'll escort the cart to a designated area and let you guys. And before Cedric, guard number 3, and Renaya walk away, Renaya will walk over to Kane, and I don't think the Terraking is gonna want to talk to you guys, as it's kind of our fault, and you guys are just kind of like
It is not your fault.
mercenaries.
I mean, mercenaries or not, you'd think the king would want to talk to the guy who fucked it up. Like, in the course of this conversation, at some point the king is going to be like, well, then who opened the box? And you're going to have to be like, well, there was this little rat man, and like, can I talk to him? Well, no, we sent him away.
We'll work on it.
Hey, if he doesn't want to talk to us, then he doesn't want to talk to us, and he's probably deeply irrelevant to this whole plot. If he does want to talk to us, we won't be far away.
Could I make an insight check on the guards?
Sure.
Our dear companions.
Ooh.
Are they trying to have a conversation with us not there so they can weave their own story?
I'm really not sure what story they could weave that would be worse than what actually happened.
I don't either, but
Which is one of the demons snapped
But I
over
do
the
not,
box and killed 3 of them.
Kane, I agree, but I do not trust that they don't want us there so badly. 15.
15.
Is there an ulterior motive to us not being there?
There is this air of not quite lying, but they're definitely going to tell it differently. Now, whether that's good or bad for who is not to say, but they're definitely gonna. They definitely have something that they're keeping to themselves, and you can kind of gather it.
Can I get an insight off of Renaya specifically? What I'm looking for here is literally just that look of allegiance, and whether or not he's on our side.
Sure.
That is going to be a dirty, filthy 20, my friend.
Nice.
The
Filthy.
The 20s.
the look he's giving you, and kind of the fact that he kind of pulled you to the side specifically. Not that he's being quiet; he's just kind of like talking to you directly. It was more like we're responsible.
Yeah.
And we got your backs, but don't go too far in case in case they reach over us really hard.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna throw a little addendum on there. Just watch your own back, all right, kid. You've seen a lot in the last couple of days. Going up against a king doesn't feel like it's a small deal.
Well, hopefully we just have to talk to the Terra Guard. So
Yeah.
that'll soften it maybe. And he kind of does that, toughen up, don't cry in front of your friends type of thing.
These guards are going to be killed for this.
Yeah.
Like, they're going to be killed for this.
I think Nora's gonna try and catch Renaya's attention for a second. And like, Warblood as an enemy is stronger and smarter than. Well, he's not a weak enemy. And we confronted him directly. He was there and we didn't even know it. It's not your fault that you were overpowered. Something terrible has happened, and that isn't your fault.
He's gonna give this look of understanding your concern, but still feeling the weight of the entire situation on his shoulders.
Yeah. And if you need us, we're here. You're
well,
not alone.
actually, we'll be at the Pantheon. But
Yeah, but you're not
Closer.
alone. You have our back, we got your back.
No matter what, we'll
Oh.
we'll contact you when we can.
As they get out of earshot, I turn to the group.
Earsight? Classic.
They are hiding something. You do know that, right? I mean, I can't tell exactly what their intentions are, but you should all be very aware that they are hiding something.
No, they're definitely hiding something. If it's of any help, they're probably gonna die. Like Bartleby, your assertion that there are gonna be consequences, like a stated. They're probably gonna die. They're probably gonna die covering for us. We need to not fuck this up.
That is a lot of trust to put into somebody that you have just met.
Bartleby, you know I consider you to be an ally and a friend, right?
Yes, I assume so.
I want you to look at me when I ask you this question. Have you ever been to war?
No. But I have seen violence.
I believe that. It's not the same. He's covering for us. I hope they don't die. I hope they don't even see the king. He's covering for us.
Okay. I will take your word for it.
Alright, now I'm gonna stop being so goddamn dramatic, because I feel like if I walk in and like a 3-foot rat man, they're probably just gonna try to douse me in some holy water or some shit.
Did that hurt you?
Would that hurt you? Yeah.
Honestly, don't know. I think it depends. When we fought the Azimod, they really thought it was going to do a lot, and it didn't honestly do much at all. There were like a couple of like lesser devils that like lemures and stuff that sort of burnt up, but for the most part, it's kind of just like, I don't know. You ever had lemon juice? Yeah, from the lemons. It feels kind of like that.
Oh no.
Okay, so if you put it in cake, maybe it'd be better.
Now there's an interesting thought.
Okay, Pantheon.
I'm so excited to.
Just gotta say, yeah, we're an interesting group to walk into a church.
Yeah.
And not even a church, but like the meeting of all churches in one building.
Yeah.
Are you?
Yeah.
Are you excited?
Yeah. I mean, I'm stressed. There's a lot going on, and we have. It doesn't matter if I'm excited. We need to get answers. We need to find a game plan. But it'll be nice, yeah.
But you can be a little excited. You never met other clerics before.
Yeah.
You should have let
Never met
yourself be a
another
little
cleric?
excited.
I mean, there are other clerics, like they're wandering clerics where we grew up, but I really came into my clerical abilities on my own. Like, my path is my own and not really influenced by the dogma of any of the official churches.
Huh. Interesting.
Can I make a perception check? Like while we're walking to the Pantheon, I just kind of want to see like what the people around us are,
Yeah.
like how they're acting as they're watching this funky group.
It's a good shout.
Sure. Go ahead.
I think as Nora is like explaining that she has like evolved her clerical magics on her own, I think Kate is like slightly more afraid of Nora.
Looking around,
Yeah.
there are some shifted eyes looking toward you. There's this like immediate stranger danger look that's like very few people are giving you. There are a few children, like 6 to 10-year-olds that were kind of playing, and now they're looking at you, Annis, and they're like in awe almost and you can kind of watch their fingers, and they're talking about your spiked tail and your horns, but it's more of in awe rather than like shock.
Oh. Okay.
I feel like Nora at this point is just rambling about how she taught herself Celestial.
I mean, honestly, that's pretty tricky to do. Celestial's like a very tough language. You gotta get like a lot of weird, like, they have like 84 different fricatives. It's a wild language.
No.
Walking through the city, everyone seems it's like late morning currently. Everyone seems busy, except for the more younger, the kids. They're kind of having their recess. You see some people eating, but everyone looks to be in the middle of something. Getting to the Pantheon itself, there are very large mosaic windows that depict not quite specific religions, but just like the basic kindness, respect, freedom, liberty, just the basic humanoid rights-ish type of designs. Everything's very bright. The Pantheon looks very new. All of the stoneworking and the roofing looks within maybe the past 2 decades. Like, it looks like a very brand new building.
I feel like Nora's gonna lean over to Bartleby and be like, the architecture.
It is pretty. It's pretty exciting. I'm actually thinking about trying to maybe take some sketches later. I'm just saying, Nora, it's okay to have moments of excitement. You know, we can compartmentalize the drama and allow ourselves to have some fun too.
It's a
What
very
are the buildings around? Oh, sorry.
You're good.
I was just gonna ask what the buildings around, like, are they as well kept as this new Pantheon?
Most of the buildings look pretty new. They're not very fancy. They look to be more like fairly quickly made housing. And based on what Bartleby and the guards have kind of told you, this is more like just housing for the people that are working. And as they slowly build up the town, they'll slowly start building up the residential areas too. But this is a lot of and there are some houses that actually look fairly old. It's 1 or 2 here and there, kind of a smattering, but they're also made of like this rustic wood, whereas most of the other is stonework. But those are probably the original buildings from when Grizzgild was just a stopping town.
Place gives me the creeps.
Yeah.
Walking.
Are you guys okay?
Yeah, the whole thing's just a little too built up too quickly, you know? I don't know, my hackles are up, right? That usually means like an occupying force.
I guess.
Walking into the Pantheon, it is sectioned off fairly well. But rather than each, there are 10 divided sectors, and rather than each sector having a specific god, it's more like a first come, first serve. You can have church in one of these sectors, or however that religion decides to follow its faith. You see that most of the sectors have chairs, a couple have tables, and some people are kneeling and praying in certain ways in their individual sectors that are different than other sectors. And they have changed and you can actually see the rightmost sector when you walked in. People are actually moving tables and chairs in a certain way in order to create a circle for themselves to have like a sort of small group face-to-face discussion of some sort. Nora, I would like you to roll a d20 for me.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to do that. That is a 1. Great.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Of all the numbers in all...
I will say, if it was
Oh,
less than
boy.
5, something was going to happen. And a 1 is definitely less than 5.
Only
Canonically
4.
less than 5.
There is a turtle wearing kind of a sailor's or a fisherman's garb, but it's fairly well made, and it's accented in a very light blue around the stitchings and such. And he is definitely looking your way with this really quizzical look, but specifically at Nora and not anyone else. There are
She'll smile at him.
There are some interesting looks toward Annis and Kane, but there is one dark-cloaked figure that Nora and Kane can very easily see that this figure is trying really hard not to look like they're staring at Bartleby. But they're definitely staring at Bartleby. You guys have made an absolute entrance into the Pantheon.
I've got quite the cheekbones, it's understandable.
I think Nora's gonna give the turtle that just the brightest, like, come up and talk to me if you want to. Just happy-go-luckiest smile that she can muster in this moment, given everything that's gone down in the past, day or so.
The turtle turns to a human that he was kind of talking to, and he's gonna give him I'll be back. And he's gonna make his way over. As he's making his way over, he's gonna raise a hand and give you a little wave.
Hello, sir.
Why, hello. I'm very intrigued by your boy, how do you say it? Aura?
Thank you.
You're not like a lot of the other people around here, especially not myself.
What do you mean by that, sir?
Oh, the table seems to have disconnected. I'm so sorry. We're having some technical issues, everyone. I'm very sorry.
It seems connected for me.
Same.
Oh, there it goes.
It has entered the void.
Fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, whoops.
Amazing.
Guys, this is what happens when you go to church. Everything gets weird. People start talking about little kids' auras, tables turn off.
There we go. Okay. Hi, well... Sometimes you can feel a connection. And for someone like myself, I've spent close to 10 years following my god the shoreman. And I've gotten pretty good at seeing the connection to their gods, but you, I feel like I don't know where your connection goes.
My clerical path is a bit untraditional.
One of those warlock types, then.
No, my brother's a warlock. I'm a cleric. Like,
Oh.
I am.
Nora, Nora, I am doing everything in my power to be as polite and respectful during your time here. Please don't just blow up my spot.
There, when she said my brother's a warlock, you heard like the audio died down a little bit and a spoon drop on a table.
Being a warlock isn't a bad thing. It's just a way to. Okay. I am a cleric. Child having.
Bartleby, the bus.
My connection to the divine, while it is clerical in nature, I get my magic the same way any other cleric might, it's a bit less specific. I do not draw from the divinity of one deity. I draw from divinity, and from that I have clerical abilities. She'll explain a bit about, like, what she could do as a, 4th level, like, domain cleric. But I see the divine and the sacred, and I draw upon it from my connection to the world. From the sun and the trees and the stars and the connections I make with other people and the beauty of life and community and hope and story. And no particular god has been able to really speak to me and speak through me with the same sense of divinity that the world itself has given me. If that makes sense.
Well, I'm gonna be honest. No. But that's okay. As long as you know what you believe, well, that's quite frankly all that matters.
Thank you.
I'm Telton, by the way.
Nora, Eleonora Moonstone.
Moonstone? Wow. From the business, the Moonstone Trading
sir.
Company? Wow. Sounds like you come from quite a bit of money.
Yes, sir. I've grown up very privileged. And I'm very lucky.
Well, we're always accepting donations to the Pantheon.
I will keep that in mind. I don't currently have access to a lot of it. I've been on the road for a bit.
Excuse me, good. You do realize you're talking to a child, yeah? A child. What is it with these clergymen and my... And Bartleby throws his arms in the air and walks away for a moment. Fucking hypocrite!
I love the train that was like censoring
Yeah.
him. Like old school cartoon style. Amazing.
Well, I'm sorry that I've upset your warlocking brother, and if you have any questions, you can come talk to Telton if you ever need anything.
Absolutely. I would like to get some more one-on-one guidance at some point, but we do have other questions as a group that are probably a bit more pressing. We've been tracking, I don't know if you know this name, Warblin and the corruption and trying to help. And it's getting to a bit of a head.
Well, I'm gonna be honest, young lady, I'm not quite the smartest one here, but Amulet, he's a smart one.
Would you mind directing us to him?
Sure. And he'll point over to a steel and steamwork warforged that kind of has a very light chainmail built into their armor. With on the front is a symbol of it's like a tribal symbol of a forge, and it's kind of doing some paperwork on its podium. And there are a few dwarves, another warforged, and a couple humans that are sitting in like a classroom style, and Amulet's kind of discussing something. Telton is gonna like wave a little bit, but it's like his whole body, like. And Amulet's gonna also give a similar what Telton did, like a, I'll be right back. And Amulet is very upright, with a very rounded head and soft facial features, and it walks very rigidly, kind of a very C-3PO from Star Wars type. Dun, 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 dun. Hello, how can I help you?
Hi. So she's gonna look to the rest of the party to try and explain why, like, everything that the fuck is going on.
We have a bit of a interdimensional socio-religious quagmire that we find ourselves embroiled in that may or may not lead to the end of the world if mishandled.
I understand.
Convenient. We are in the market for some answers, some help. Very specifically, we are being tracked by a powerful extra-dimensional entity. We're not really sure how. We're not really sure how to stop it. But at the moment, he has been using us to gain access to a very powerful magic called the Corruption. Not sure if that rings any proverbial bells.
Well, I have two things. One, and he raises up a finger, and his normal soft blue eyes will shift into like an emerald green for a moment, and then they'll swap back to a blue. There is a scrying orb over you, and he points to Kane.
Again?
So we keep dispelling those, and they seem to keep coming back regardless.
Someone wants to find you and keep track of you.
Yeah, that would be the extra-dimensional threat that I was referring to a moment ago.
His name is Warblood.
Ah, give me one moment, please.
Yeah, absolutely.
The Corruption seems to be the source of the dark aura in the Onyx Tundra.
Correct.
Yeah.
It was recently, for a lack of a better phrase, dispelled recently.
Yeah, that was kind of our doing. Sort of.
Well done. My god is quite pleased.
However, it wasn't a total victory. We retrieved an artifact from the Onyx Tundra that was the source of this aura of corruption. And, we were transporting it to here for the Terraking, and it has been stolen by Warblood.
Warblood. I am unfamiliar with this name. I am familiar with the Nyxrade, the group that has been trying to gather intel on the Corruption, as well as fighting many wars across different planes of existence.
Yeah, I could maybe provide a little bit of color there. Those are related objectives, as is the Corruption. Warblood, I swear to God, whatever God, your God, some God, I swear to a God.
To the gods? All of them?
Warblood wants the Corruption. Those wars have been about gathering both information and access to where the Corruption might be. he finally found the piece in this artifact that we recovered from the mountains.
Amulet's head is going to turn just like slightly, almost like in a quizzical. Whatever information that you can share with me about this, I would greatly appreciate.
Is there maybe somewhere we could talk that's a little bit less big-ass open forum?
Maybe we should also get rid of your little friend that's hovering above your head, Kane.
Oh, yeah, that's also a very, very, very point.
Hi, Warblood.
It is
You're a
unwise
jerk.
for us to continue this conversation in any more detail until we have some level of help to get rid of this thing. Once we do, though, I mean, we're an open book. We need all the help we can get.
Please follow me to one of the open sectors, and we can set up a privacy boundary.
Thank you, sir.
And he's going to walk over to one of the large open mats that kind of has a few chairs and tables that are kind of put together, but obviously whoever left last did not clean up very well.
What a specific church vibe.
Right.
Just like I'm imagining just like veneer like
Yeah.
amazing.
Amulet's gonna walk over. Telton, would you mind raising a privacy boundary for us? Oh yeah, that's no problem at all. And he lets you guys enter, and then you just see like a magical, he pulls up from the ground, and this ethereal curtain, as it were, goes from the ground all the way to the top, surrounding this mat specifically that you guys are on.
Mm-hmm.
It is transparent, so you can see outside of it, but almost all of the sound is completely muzzled.
Is there still a thing? Nord?
Amulet's gonna look up, and the eyes are going to shift green, and then back to blue. There is, but I can take care of that.
Hi,
He's
Warblood,
going to
jerk.
point, and he's going to do a quick little drawing in the air, send it. And, not that you guys could see, but the scrying orb does dissipate into the air.
All right.
We are now alone,
Fancy work.
as it were.
I think we just recount
Everything we can in as much detail as possible.
Yeah.
You guys give the full recount of what's been going on in these past few weeks. And Amulet's face, the face doesn't quite move a lot. It responds to each person talking, and it kind of shifts, the eyes shift. But the head does most of the nods. It's almost like a theater actor trying to emote. It's just like I understand. Sure. This is all very interesting. I appreciate the information. Allow me a few moments to compile the information that I have.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
absolutely.
And Amulet is going to take this pose of a fist with another fist, and they're on top of each other. And he's going to hold it close, and you kind of see he's going to pull back part of his chainmail, and you see an actual amulet in the shape of a forge kind of sitting up top on his chest. Its chest. And it begins to glow and glimmer slightly. And Amulet begins humming in a weird rhythm that you're not quite sure what it is. It's definitely thinking. and the eyes kind of blink a few times. This information is concerning, not only for your party, but for all of us.
I know.
That's kind of what we've been saying the whole time. Few people we've managed to get through seem a little bit secretive. I guess they don't really want word getting full out.
And now we need to find a plan to make it right.
I am not very well versed on infernal dealings, but what I do have is that they appear to have been attacking random times and random points in planes of existence. From what I've gathered, this seems to be them trying to find this corruption in a way. The question that I have is, what do these markers have in common with each other?
Would that be something that I would know?
How much are you willing to share with Amulet about your background? With your friends around?
I mean, I gave a pretty full disclosure to these three last session. Can I get an insight check on Amulet?
Sure.
I'm looking again for just kind of allegiances. That's an 11.
This is kind of a weird guy.
Yeah.
He's really rigid,
Yeah.
but he doesn't really have a lot of emotion to him, so it's kind of hard to read him.
Nora has a passive insight of 15. With that, what am I picking up?
Amulet looks to be very interested in the knowledge and information. And he appears to be fairly objective in hearing and responding to what you guys are talking about. Like completely unbiased, as in he's just dealing out ones and zeros.
So there's
Fair and
no
valid.
there's no obvious political affiliation here, one way or the other. Okay.
But I will say that Kane does recognize that Amulet does serve a god, so that may have a bias, although you're not familiar with the god. But Kane is always going to be wary of religion and what's going on there.
Yeah, 100%. I think Kane is going to put some cards on the table here. I think he's going to be willing to I'll maybe even do this. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to be honest. I was on a lot of those offensives. And I don't particularly know what they had in common.
Interesting.
You want a list? That help?
I would like a list.
Well, there were the Azamar twice. There was that one draconic plane. That was pretty crazy. Kane continues. Goes down the list.
The ones that make note most are the draconic plane. And there is one that you mentioned about being mostly a giant rainforest. Those are the two that he really picks up. He went to visit the Evergarden, which is very concerning.
Question for the DM. First of all, did we fight anything at the Evergarden?
the Evergarden, you guys held off attacks from creatures that were defending their territory. It wasn't so much a sentient being versus sentient being. It was more like you guys showed up and you were traveling. Warblood had things he was doing as well as his personal guardsmen doing things.
Yeah.
And you guys were just kind of like traveling
Escorting
armed.
him.
Yeah. And then
so
animals.
that would be why there's no language associated with that.
Right.
Got it.
The Draconic Plane is odd. Amulet looks almost like it doesn't understand. There is almost nothing of interest on that plane anymore. There are the remaining few dragons. I will make note that you guys, as a whole, did slaughter 5 of them. As they were coming to defend their territory as well.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Nora.
Might it be connected to the artifact of the corruption we found was a fang. It looked like a dragon fang. And it's one of 5 that are all related to draconic body parts.
Wait a minute. We took out 5 dragons. There are 5 possibly draconic artifacts of the corruption. I didn't think we recovered anything. I mean, that was the interpretation, was that we lost like a third of our people on that fight. So many people did not come back from the Draconic Plane.
I think maybe things could have been recovered or were being searched for. This is very concerning news.
Now you know where I've been at for the last God knows how many years.
How do we keep Warblood from tracking our friend?
Kane, can you roll...
Without killing our friend.
Let me check something real quick.
Yeah, absolutely.
What is the intention of this group other than this corruption?
The 4 of us and Nyxrade.
The 4 of you. My apologies.
That is the intention of this group.
I started adventuring with my brother because we were trying to find the corruption and do something about it. And we met up with Kane and Annis, who were doing the same thing. This is our reason for traveling together, to try and solve this issue. And it's just getting bigger and bigger. Like, at first it was go into the mountain and see what you find, and then it was take this horrible, horrible artifact to Kelphalor, and then it was take the horrible, horrible artifact to Grizzgild, and then it was, oh no, Warblood has the artifact.
You also forgot the part where we swam through a death river.
Right! Well, that was part of going into the mountain and seeing what we found. What we found was awful.
Yes, but going to the mountain sounds fun when you don't talk about the death river.
Well, it's all traumatic.
Kane, can you roll a d20 for me, please?
Just a straight D20?
Mhm.
On. Yeah. Alright. That is going to be a 19.
I am going to put trust in you, Kane Clay. And Amulet is going to reach into one of the pockets and is going to pull out another amulet. And you can add it to your inventory. It's the Amulet of Proof against Detection and Location.
What?
Oh, man!
Oh,
Fuck you,
Warblood!
Jesus!
Fuck you and your magic!
Amulet is going to blink green eyes and blink back blue. I suggest that you wear it immediately. It will take a little time for you to adjust to it, but it will be necessary as it is back.
It's attunement, right?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck.
It's back. The scrying orb is back?
Yes, it is currently
Try
circled.
again, Warblood. You're still a jerk.
Kane puts this on, and then, like, there's kind of like a twinge, like, ah, shit. And he pulls out, a periapt of wound closure, that he stole from Jeff. And, quick table talk, does anybody have attunement slots available?
I don't think I'm attuned to anything right now.
Yeah, I'm not attuned to anything.
What? How did I end up with 4 attuned items? What's happening?
I have a wand that does not require attunement.
Yeah,
And that is
you
my
guys are
only
smarter than
magic
I am.
item.
How do you know how many attunement slots you have? Oh
It's
no,
under
I also
inventory?
have one things that like I'm attuned to, and it's a talking doll. I forgot that I took that.
That's extremely good. That should come into play. Kane holds this up and says, this is a pretty standard field item for your low-level officer in the Nyxrade. It kind of keeps you from going down too easy, and it keeps you going through, offensive breaks and stuff. I got too much going on, sort of magically speaking, with this new device. Anybody need a little bit of secondary defense?
I think Nora should
What is
take
it?
it.
So periapt wound closure it's actually really cool. While you are wearing this pendant, you stabilize whenever you are dying at the start of your turn. So you don't make death saving throws. In addition, whenever you roll a hit die to regain hit points, double the number of hit points that it restores. So I've been getting by on very little hit dice. But it was either that or the Orb of Shielding Necrotic, and that has saved our lives twice now. So,
Very good pick on your item.
thank you. I think I hand it over to Nora.
Thank
And
you.
yeah, if this gives you any sort of weird vibes, let me know. I don't know if it's like cursed. I don't know if everything from Castlemar is cursed with regard to your religious persuasion. But hopefully it'll work.
And that's orb of wound closure?
Periapt of wound closure.
Ooh, periapt.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. How's our little buddy doing? And the bone swarm is like forms a skull and is looking around for the scrying orb.
The eyes will blink green, blink black, blink back. God. You appear to be safe.
Thank you.
A question for you: Is there a high cleric or a high priest of the shoremen here?
Oh, yes, that would be Telton. And you
Was that the figure we were just talking to?
Amulet points, and you all kind of turn and look, and Telton is standing right outside, just kind of watching. And as you all turn, he goes,
And that's the same gentleman that we first spoke to when we arrived?
mhm.
All right. Does he have a boss?
Hmm.
Or is he the one that's sort of in charge of his own little sect here? Or is there... I would like to form a complaint when there's a moment. I'm not sure who to lodge it with.
Barnaby, is that really the best use of time?
It would probably be Telton, as most
Alright, I'll
of the
talk to him
shoreman
before we leave.
worshippers live in Cartamast.
I'll talk to him before we leave.
All right.
Is there... I don't want to take up too much time since this is so pressing, but is there any, just any sort of elder or higher cleric that I could have perhaps a little bit of one-on-one counseling with?
Yeah, and maybe not one that's just going to immediately ask her for money.
Ah, Telton asks you for money. I am
It's not
very
a good
sorry.
introduction to this place.
Telton is part of the treasury fund for the city, and the Pantheon grows with funds that they can use to build more sectors.
He really needs a better PR person. It just did not
That's
step
very
up the rank.
reasonable, and I would request some counseling. I'm a very young cleric, and I would like some wisdom.
I will suggest 2 options. You can talk to Kelmau, who is that tiefling over there. They worship Lathander, the god of youth and fun, as you seem to be. And there is also Valen Torhide, the cleric of the Enkar King, who is hundreds of years old himself. And he points over in the other direction, and you see this half-elven cleric draped in this very well-made druidic, like plate armor-esque type of armor. One, I would say Kinmao is very kind and upbeat, as, again, you seem to be. Valen, however, has been around for a very long time. Both are clerics that I respect. For what that's worth.
I think it's worth a lot.
Is there anything else you require of me?
Annis, how are you feeling about Warblood? I don't think he's been using you, but are we feeling good that he's not going to be able to?
Well, he did see me.
Yeah.
Can he look at me like if he didn't know? It sounded like he didn't know who I was.
Yeah, but he does now.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you Amulet, you didn't pick up any scrying orbs hovering around Annis here, no?
I did not, but I can check again if you'd like.
Yeah, I mean, it might not be a bad idea. Yes, if you don't mind. That'd be really helpful.
Sure.
Yes, please.
Blink, blink. I do not see any scrying orbs.
Thank you.
Okay.
Is there a library here?
There are 2 libraries. They are not very well stocked, but one is privately owned, and one is publicly owned by Grizzgild.
Who owns the private one?
That would be Tamara Asu.
Are they a cleric as well, or are they something else in this place?
No, they are a merchant of knowledge.
Where would I find them?
Do you have a map?
Yes.
Good. You can find Tamara Asu, and Amulet's going to point a little north on one of the smaller buildings of the food market in the bottom left corner.
Okay, cool.
And the Grizzgild Public Library is here, and it's like 3 buildings north of the Pantheon.
Cool.
Tamara
You do have-
has information on quite a bit of things. However, it does require a lot of money, as she likes to deal in information as a currency, almost.
I'm familiar with the concept. I went to wizarding school for some time. Is there a cleric of death here, or that sort of thing? I don't mean of undeath, I mean of death. I know that you all probably aren't into the undeath thing.
No, many of us are not fans.
That would make sense. Are there any watchers of the gate, so to speak?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Thank you.
Bartleby, I'll go with you to the library. If that's where
Do you
we're
want to
headed.
check out the private one or the public one?
I mean, I don't know exactly what you're looking for, but I'm happy to do either or both.
I think the things that I'm looking for are most likely found in the private one, but I don't have nearly enough money on me. So I'm not
maybe we
sure
could-
what we should do about that.
I mean, money is a proxy for the threat of violence, right? Maybe we could just skip the proxy?
Violence.
First
No.
of all, that's I honestly did not expect you to suggest that, and I'm a little caught off guard. Secondly, let's play it by ear, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how much it costs, eh?
Yeah, and my guess is it's going to be more than we have. But sometimes there's other things to trade.
Amulet. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
You go ahead. I can
Amulet.
wait.
Just a quick question before we go here. What, you seem very up to speed on the whole Nyxrade corruption situation. What, you got a special interest in it? Your god, like, put you on this or something?
No, I am a gatherer of knowledge. I like to be well informed, and threats against myself and what appears to be belief in general is a threat to me personally, and I would like to stop it or have someone stop it if possible.
Yeah.
And as they say, knowledge is power.
That is true.
Alright. I mean,
You
fair
should
enough.
see my brother in a library.
I do visit the public library quite often.
Yeah, I would probably imagine. Got some weird religions in this place. Y'all know that?
Thank you so much for your time, Amulet.
Yeah,
You're very
this
welcome.
was extraordinarily helpful. You know what, Amulet? Would it be helpful to see if we can get word back to you? Keep you updated on how things are progressing?
That would be very polite.
I mean, I feel like this has been the most productive conversation we've had since I've arrived at this plane of existence. I feel like you're probably a good person to know what we're kind of, trying to get up to, how much progress we're making.
It would be nice to have knowledge.
We can give you that.
Good.
Not all of it, but like a good chunk about this very specific. Yeah.
Y'all got like a courier system in this town?
We do. They fly.
How's that work out in the reaches?
They fly on little birds. They
That's-
are mechanical ravens.
That's really cool.
That's adorable. That's bonkers. Where can I learn more about that?
You can go to the castle, as it serves as also the courier service in a small part of it.
Noted. Alright, cool. Might do that, maybe. I think we'll take everybody's temperature. In any event, Amulet, thank you. This has been great.
You're very welcome. I'm going back to my service. May we all be
Thank you.
forged in the light.
You as well.
It's going to walk over to Telton and give like a thumbs up. And Telton's going to drop the boundary. And Amulet's going to walk back over to its group. But Telton's just going to kind of keep standing there.
I think Nora's gonna approach that half elf that was No, not the half elf, the tiefling. The tiefling.
Okay.
I beg your pardon. Do you have a few minutes?
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you talking to me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, my word. Kinmao is a green tiefling, and the medium kind of leather armor that he has inscribed is very, very white, very yellow accented, very bright. And along the gauntlets, there are little daisies that are kind of just sprawled out. What can I help you with?
I'm in need of a little bit of one-on-one advice. I'm a cleric. I'm very new in my path, and I'm only 13, and I could use some wisdom.
Oh, that's wonderful. I'm so excited for you.
Thank you.
Now, what is it that you require?
So, I'm in an adventuring party with my brother and 2 of my friends, and it's wonderful. It's a lot of fun to travel and be out in the world, and it's also very dangerous. And it's gotten more and more frightening and more traumatizing as time has gone on. But I'm the optimist of the group. I'm the sunny one. And when the going gets rough, they look to me to see if I'm still smiling, to find that courage within themselves. And I'm starting to lose touch with how to continue to do that. Because they need me to be cheerful, and to be hopeful, and to be brave. And it's getting really hard. And I'm scared.
Kinmao is going to take his hands and flat palm on your shoulders. These little shoulders do not deserve the weight of the world. You do not need to take every little thing. Now look. The group that you came in with, well,
They're good people.
okay.
They may not look like it, but they're good people who are trying to do good things, and I trust them.
Do you know your path?
Yes, and I know it's untraditional and eclectic, but I do know it.
Would you like to sit down so I can see it?
Sure.
Great. And Kinmao's gonna kind of situate a couple pillows on the ground, and he's gonna pat one in front and hold out his hands.
Yep. She will just sit down kind of cross-legged on it.
He's going to close his eyes. Now, I want you to close your eyes, and we are going to try to figure out how to get some of that weight off, okay?
Okay.
While this is happening, does anybody else have anything they want to interject real quick?
I mean, I almost don't know what to say, but Bartleby is almost certainly trying to listen to what's happening.
Your sister's traumatized, Bartleby.
You want to make a
Yeah.
you want to make a perception check for me?
Yes, of course I do. Not the best. 11.
Kinmao is fairly easy to hear as he's quite loud. Nora's being a little hushed, which is unlike Nora, so that concerns you a bit. But it's definitely like you can hear someone talking on the phone, so you get a whole side of one whole side of the conversation.
Gotcha.
I mean, I'd say if
is
you
this-
want to do like an insight check into Nora's body language as she's saying this, you may.
Look, I think I'll interpret as I will.
Annis, were you going to chime in?
Is this the first tiefling that I've seen outside of
This
Castlemore?
is definitely the first tiefling that you've paid attention to. There have been some in passing, but none that you've really talked to a lot or kept your eye on. Especially now that you've had a revelation in the past week, I believe, about your past life and these visions. You haven't encountered one since.
Okay. Yeah, I think she's just blatantly staring, just in awe, and trying to, like, kind of, like, suss him out a little bit. Like, does he have any, like, what does he look like, and what is he doing, and blatantly staring.
Anything from Kane?
No, I think Kane is just. Actually, I think Kane is probably paying attention, sort of generally, to how people are kind of perceiving our interactions here. Just looking for standout, anybody like staring intently, that kind of thing.
Okay. Do you want to make a perception check?
Yeah, absolutely. Oof, that is 26.
The dark hooded figure that you made note of before is gone.
Oh, good. Okay. I didn't see him leave.
You did not. But one of the humans that Amulet is now back at its podium speaking to keeps kind of like curiously looking over to your group in a trying to figure out what that whole thing was. Other than that, everybody's focused mainly on their doings.
I don't let the guy who's kind of keeping a look on us, an eye on us. I don't. I know where he is until we leave.
All right. Nora, I would like you to make a wisdom check, please.
Okay, I can do that. Come on. That is a 14.
You sit hand in hand with Kinmao, and you feel your eyes open. And you are in a very flowery field. The sun is bright, but oddly enough, it doesn't like affect your vision. Everything feels not only brightness wise, but also like weight wise. Everything feels very light, and the air feels very clean. And you take a deep breath, and he has this very soft smile on his face. Now, this is where I like to be. This is where I like to study and think and connect. I'm having a hard time finding yours.
Maybe if I explained a bit about my path, that'd make a bit more sense.
That would be great. Please do so.
So, I don't have a specific deity that I worship in the way most clerics do. My relationship to the divine and to the sacred part of our world, to spirituality, comes much more from my connection to the world and to the sun and the flowers and the trees and the connections I make with other people. I gave this spiel to the turtle whose name I forget. Oh, I'm bad at this.
Telton.
But Telton, yes. For me, the divine is everywhere I look. And my connection is from the world itself. So I guess...
I'm going to try again. Alright?
Mm-hmm.
Can you make another wisdom check for me, please?
Yep. That was a 15. One better.
Well, that'll pass.
Aha!
He closes his eyes, and he takes your hands again, and you wake up, and you feel like you're in the night sky. And you look around, and you see stars in the distance, and you're hovering. And you feel your eyes open, and you see just this mass, a swirling mass of something. But you feel it give off this energy, and you look around, and as you kind of take in everything around you, you feel 15 of these swirling energies off in the distance. And you look to Kin Mao, and he is like convulsing, and his body's twitching.
Are you
And
okay?
he has this like it grows to be a horrified look, and he rips his hands away, and you both fall back, and Kin Mao just begins.
What was? Are you okay?
You are unlike anything that I've experienced before. And he's gonna try to straighten himself up, and you can tell as he's like fixing his leather, it's like his hands are shaking, trembling a little.
Are you hurt? I'm so sorry.
No, of course not. I'm doing very well, thank you. I'm just unsure of what we experienced.
Tyler, from that experience that I just had in that space, did it feel good? Did that feel right?
It felt like every time you use your abilities, every time a spell comes through, every time you connect with existence, you feel at peace, and you feel life, the life essence surrounding you, and in that, wherever you were, that's what you felt. And it felt very sweet. And Kin Mao obviously did not have that same reaction, and it kind of it's odd. I'm going to take a moment, if you don't mind. I just need some fresh air.
Yeah.
And he's going to get up, and he's going to, like, keep one shoulder to the side and kind of walk around the rest of the group. Excuse me. Kane would be able to notice as he's passing by, Kin Mao is shook. His face, he kind of drops the act as he's passing, and it's just like, he goes into a pale green, and he walks right out the door.
Nora? Everything okay?
Yeah. I think so. I don't know what just happened.
Yeah, that guy seemed a little, nauseous.
We he said he wanted to see my path. You know, we closed eyes and took hands, and
Yeah.
in a flash I was essentially in his like spiritual center. I think it was a field with flowers and sunshine, and it felt good. And then we tried again, and we were in what felt like mine, and it was like a sea of stars, and we were hovering up in what felt like the night sky, and there were all these swirling energies, and it felt like every time I used my magic or channeled my divine self, it felt good, it felt sweet. But he was in pain, he was convulsing, he was horrified, and he ripped his hands away from me, and so I don't know what that was.
Kane, having absolutely no concept of how magic works outside of is given by Bone Swarm. I don't know, he sounds like a bit of a wimp.
As crude as that is put, I kind of agree with Kane. Not that he's a wimp, but Nora, when you were in that place, how did you feel?
It felt like it always feels when I cast my magic. It felt good, like I was being embraced by existence, by life, by the world. It's not scary. I mean,
Then that's what
I'm
matters.
naming a list of reasons to be afraid of the world, but I'm not afraid of the world at my core.
I think that's what... People are often a little bit taken back by the new, and by that they don't understand, and I mean, I feel like that's fairly ordinary. And as much as it might be a wonderful thing to seek the wisdom of an old priest, they still may very well just be an old priest. And I think it's okay if where your magic comes from is good for you and it feels good for you. That's what matters. You shouldn't be bothered by it not being something that some old coot, no matter how friendly they are, is comfortable with.
Barnaby, I think this was the young priest, right? She had a choice of an old priest versus a young priest. I think this young priest.
Yeah.
I mean, if they're older than 25, they're an old person in my eyes.
I mean,
if I'm
They
being
were.
honest.
It's true.
Fair enough.
That is true. And Nora's just like biting back that she wasn't really asking about her past. She was asking how to keep being brave. Like, she's biting back that this was more of a therapy question than a theological one.
I mean, did you get what you needed out of that conversation? For you?
I mean, not really.
Well, shit.
It's
Oh,
okay.
do all
Maybe it's
the-
the kind of answer someone else can't give me.
Do all does everybody in here worship the same deity as
Well, they
you,
all want.
I
or
think so.
No, I don't think anyone
No?
in here worships in the same way that I do. Since I don't really have a deity, I just get my connection to the divine from the world itself.
Hmm.
I think
So-
I'm kind of alone here.
Well, that's
Well,
not
then it
true.
Well, I have you, but I'm alone in my beliefs.
I don't think you're alone in your beliefs either. I think you might just be alone, or perhaps the first to have those beliefs become manifest. I don't think you should
Yeah, I
assume you
just-
are alone.
It just seems like you have your own thing going on, and it's not the same as everybody else's, and that's okay.
Yeah, that's fair.
Also, I didn't mean to pry, but I couldn't help but overhear some of what the tiefling was saying. They were a little bit loud. It's okay. You see, I'm having a little bit of hard time finding my words here. Don't always get into this kind of stuff, but it's okay for you to not have a easy. You don't need to be a little light all the time. I saw the priest was talking about the weight on your shoulders, and it is there doesn't need to be more weight on your shoulders than on any of the rest of us. And if there is something that as I want to be, I know that I'm your big brother, but let me be your big brother. I feel like it's easy for me to try to protect you when there's big scary things around, but we're a family, and these our wonderful demonic friends are a part of that now too. So speak up if you, or don't speak up, but don't feel like it has to all be on you. It doesn't. We all are fighting back against the corruption. It's not just, you're not the only one holding the light, and you don't have to be.
Thank
The
you.
bone swarm just given like right behind Kate's shoulder, just like thumbs up.
Yeah, Nora's fully crying. Trying to be quiet about it, but
Listen,
Sorry, at about this time, Kinmao is going to come back in through the door and is going to rush over to Valen, the druidic-looking cleric, and he's going to rush over and begin loudly hushed whispering to him. And it's going to go like crazy movements.
perception to hear what he's saying.
Go for it.
I'd like to do that too, because I know full well it's about me.
18.
That's a 23 for me.
Woohoo!
Um,
Amazing.
Nora, you hear your name mentioned, And that kind of perks up your ears a little more. And Kinmao is giving this, like, stuttered and almost like toddler explanation of what was going on. And then we went back to Lathander's plane, and he goes on this little recount of trying to explain the energy he was feeling when you crossed into your path and your place. And as Valen is listening, there's this nod of like, yeah, okay, sure, whatever, okay. And Kinmao gives this look of like expecting this big reaction, and Valen just stares out. And Kinmao does this like overly dramatic rolling of the eyes, and And Kinmao's gonna approach Nora again.
Hi.
I want to try again.
Okay.
And this time he's going to grab your hand and walk back to where you guys were.
Bartleby, do you feel like this is the best use of her time or ours? I feel like this might not be a good thing for her headspace.
No, I
generally
agree.
right now.
Nora, and I try to just like tap in on your eyes, just like sort of.
I think she's in this moment. She's worried, if anything, because it seemed to cause Ken now physical pain the first time, but I don't think she's opposed.
All right.
Kinmao brings you back to your little area that you guys were sitting in, and he sits down, and this time he's lost a lot of his curious enthusiasm, and it's a lot more a dedicated, serious look on his face.
Before we do this, what did you feel when you were in there? What did it feel like to you?
It felt like I was feeling life, truly, for the first time.
And you're connected to existence, to everything.
I don't know.
That is what I feel every time I cast a spell. That's what it is.
I have to try again. Please.
Okay.
And he holds his arms out.
Yeah.
I don't have any spells that are helpful here. Okay, never mind.
Yep.
Valen is going to stoically walk toward you guys, and he's going to stand arms folded about 20 feet away and just stare at Kinmao. And he's got this like Tommy Lee Jones-esque stare at like,
yes!
I really
Yes!
don't want to deal with this, and I don't know what his freaking deal is, but he gets excited about a lot of things. So here we go. Can you please make a wisdom check for me, Miss Nora?
Yes, indeed. Come on. That's a 10.
You close your eyes, and this time he actually squeezes your hands a bit, and you re-enter the night sky that you were in. Except this time, as your eyes open to see Kinmao, it's like his body is a slightly opaque, like he's not quite making it there. And his eyes open, and through his eyes you see just this astral projection of different galaxies and universes just crossing his eyes over and over, and you see all of the energy swirls kind of start gathering around and moving, And Nora, for the first time, your powers feel elevated to a different. Like, you've always felt like this fluid connection with life, but now it's like you feel it streaming through you for the first time, and you feel not quite overwhelmed, but you just like feel like energized. And Kinmao, like his face starts to make that horrifying look, and then it just kind of fades into this like almost ecstasy-esque, like, this is what everyone wants. This is what people search for their entire lives. And he fades, and he's completely gone, and you see the swirling masses of energy forming around you, and like you can't help but just give this smile. That life is with you and is pushing through you, and you open your eyes, and as you come back to the Pantheon, you have this almost forced huge grin, teeth showing, shoulders up, and Kinmao opens his eyes, and he still has those galaxies moving across his eyes, and they slowly fade, and he passes out on the floor.
Yeah, I was afraid of that. Oh boy.
Ew.
I'm gonna look up at the half elf. Like, do you know what happened?
Valen is going
Like,
to.
this is an adult child and a literal child.
Valen is going to walk over, and every step he takes is now, do, 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 like a heavy boot hitting the floor, and he's going to grab Kinmao by the leather armor on the chest, and he's going to pull him up, and he's going to look in his eyes, and the galaxies are starting to fade completely, and he lays Kinmao back down and releases him. And Valen looks to you, and he has this sharp yellow tint to his eyes, and he gives you this look of interest, fear, respect, and a little anger.
Hi, sir. I'm sorry, I didn't know it was going to happen. I'm pretty new on my clerical path. My name's Nora.
My name is Valen Torhide.
It's an honor to meet you, sir.
I'm gonna do praying about you.
Warranted. Are there any questions I could answer, or anything I could clear up now, outside of praying?
Could you cast a spell for me?
Yes, spell specifically, or is a cantrip fine?
That's fine.
Cool. And I'm just going to cast the light cantrip.
Excuse me.
Honestly, perfect music shift there.
Yeah.
As you cast light, it actually explodes into daylight. And the entire room fills, and you guys look and you start to see this the ball of light that Nora's fairly accustomed to casting, and you just feel like this blast of light energy that just kind of pushes you, not back, but enough to like blow the hairs, and you all feel like you're lifted a little bit. I see.
That's not what my light cantrips usually like. That's new.
I need some sunscreen.
This isn't normal, is it?
Bartleby, your arm begins crumbling into the golden skeletal arm.
Nope, I'm just gonna pull that in my sleeve. Do that little trick I used to do when I was a kid. Be one of those have like a have a little hand.
Amazing.
I lost my arm in the war, and I try to do that as I notice that happening.
Kane's expression.
How long does light last?
I don't remember. Let me check.
Yeah, that's fine.
It lasts
I think it's an
hour.
right?
Okay.
Yeah, unless I dispel it. Should I dispel it?
I think
No,
that
I-
would be wise, as he's kind of squinting a little bit.
Yep. Sorry.
And Bartleby, your arm reforms back to normal. I think that you have some walking along your path to do, and some figuring out.
I agree.
I would seek out different members of the clergy to see their opinions on it. Because I have my theories, but I will not disclose them now. I will say that you are a very powerful little girl.
Thank you.
And I do not say that lightly. And he walks away.
Feels like a weird thing to do, not to point out the obvious lightly.
So, that happened.
Yeah, we're gonna get into that. But first things first, do you need, like, some food? Did you get, like, enough rest last night? This is probably true for all of us, right? Should we, like, take a break?
We might need to.
I'm happy to take a break, but I'm not particularly hungry.
Fair enough. Dennis, how are you doing?
I could eat. And she's just gonna pull her cloak hood over her face.
I
Or
think,
over her head.
the bone swarm pulls out the map and jabs a finger at the food court in the southwest.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's maybe go do that.
Yeah.
Talk about what happened. Bartleby, we could hit up that library.
It doesn't need to rush, but
Yeah.
yeah, at some point. Did we get what we? I'm sorry. I'm going to be completely honest. That was a crazy thing that just happened. We're walking out as we're having this conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a completely crazy thing. As I am often one to do, got very caught up in the moment, and I kind of forget if we accomplished a goal there, aside from getting the scrying off of you, dear Kane.
I mean, our goal was to talk to some clerics about Warblood, which we did.
All right, but they didn't. We don't have a thing to do right now.
No.
No, I mean, I think we're just waiting to see what the
All
king.
right,
whether or not the
let's
king
get some
does.
food for these
Yeah.
empty tummies then.
Yeah, we weren't given like a divine quest. Besides, figure out what in the world is up with me.
Let's get you something to eat then.
Yeah.
Nice.
I wonder how this would affect my healing magic.
We could do an experiment. You get one of those guards that almost died.
The bone swarm just like
we
makes a
should,
fist
we
at
should
Bartleby.
find number 3 and see if he wants to do an experiment with us. I feel like of all the characters.
Number 3 was the one who didn't get his throat slit.
Yes, but something about the cut of his jib. I just feel like he's the perfect. He'd be into that sort of thing.
No!
Okay.
You guys make your way to the food court, and it is a bustling festival, it looks like. There are many food carts. There's a large tent with a lot of vendors, but there's not like a lot of established areas for food. It looks to be very mobile, that they could pick up and go at any time. And a lot of people are rushing, trying to get their food, and then they leave. But handfuls of people do stick around, and they go toward the grassy area where there are tables set up and chairs. And there's also a drinking fountain centered in the middle of this little area. For a bland ration meal, you can get pretty cheap for 2 copper. There's a much nicer meal that's very, very filling for a silver, and then there's the exquisite fine dining options, the lobsters, as it were, the very rare types of commodities, and that's going to be a gold piece. Very, very filling.
Yeah.
So as you guys would like to, you can purchase some food if you so desire.
Annis, how much money do you have?
We can pay for your food.
I have got 3 rocks and
Alright, that's a good
couple of old leaves.
I don't think they'll take the leaves, but they might take the rocks.
Okay,
We
I
can
mean
pay
they're
for
really
your
nice.
food.
Yeah, we got you. What would you like to eat? Cheap, less cheap, or expensive?
I mean, the last time we
Let's-
did anything super expensive, we all passed out for like 6 hours on Nora's floor. So maybe middle of the road feels right to me. I don't know.
All right. Yeah, I've got some silver. Who's hungry? And I'll start handing out silver to some people.
I can spend my own money. I'm okay.
All right, a silver for you, Annis, and a silver for you, Kane.
Thank you very much.
Very welcome.
Annis is gonna go in whatever direction smells the best.
Kane is following Annis.
Yep. Yeah.
You guys easily find whatever is calling to your heart. Or stomach, as it were.
Grass of some type, I'm sure.
Fancy breads,
Pile of
cakes.
hay.
And it's just rips a pile of grass off. How much is this for this?
Like, you can just have that.
Anybody eating this?
Wait till she figures out about rice.
You guys have a pretty decent lunch. Can I get everyone to make a perception check, please?
Oh boy.
Yep.
The music just got so intense too.
Oh no.
All right.
That's a 10.
Don't worry, I got you covered.
That is a
Hey.
15.
I got a dirty
my God.
1.
Oh no!
Oh,
2 minus
no.
1.
Oh,
I got an
One.
8.
I got a 15.
You've got keen eyes.
You guys are enjoying the meal quite a bit. And Nora, you kind of, some eyes are kind of shifting towards you guys. Nothing crazy, just some curious looking arounds. But other than that, you guys don't really see anything out of the ordinary. You complete your meal, and there is this moment where it feels like there's fewer people, and there's a lot less rushing in the market.
Is it getting quieter out here to you guys?
I guess, like, most people who are, like, getting lunch are probably going back to work.
Midday rush, you think?
Probably.
Oh.
What would you guys like to do post lunch?
Library?
Yeah, let's go to the
The
library.
private library?
Let's go see if we can barter our way in.
Oh, why do we always go to the library?
You don't need to come if you don't want to. I'm looking for
No,
some
I'm gonna go.
Maybe
I
we
actually have a
should
book I
start
need to look for.
Maybe we should start at the public library since we don't have too much money.
Sure, that makes sense. The other thing I was going to suggest is that perhaps, and Nora, I would ask for your assistance in this. We sort of play up we don't really do this that much, and I maybe we could try sort of play up the like, oh, if you help us, you're helping the Moonstones kind of situation. Perhaps we could barter a favor under our parents' name. That might be cheaper. I only have 20-some gold.
Fair. I mean, can we get them to bill our parents?
I think we might. I think it's worth trying. It seems like this is a pretty established trade town. I feel like they should be able to accomplish something like that. We'll see. But we can go to the public library first.
Cinder, an actual question that I have as
Sure.
Cassidy for you. Do the Moonstone siblings have a game plan for if they accidentally like run across their parents while traveling?
I believe that game plan is that one of us will hide and I will cast invisibility upon the other. No, we don't. It'll probably be a moment, I'm sure. I think
Good to know.
I think
Good to know.
even expecting. Yes, no. The plan is it's not going to. We'll put it aside. Bart, listen, Miss Bartleby. I'm all about compartmentalizing issues and then forgetting about them until they come up to bite me, and that can be one of those.
Good to know. Good to know. Okay. Yeah, let's go to the library.
I'm so sorry. This was the public or private library?
We're gonna go to the public one first to see if they have anything interesting for me.
Okay.
Annis is gonna look down to Kane and say, "This money thing keeps being brought up. Do we need, like, we're gonna have to find a way to get more money if we need to get the things that we want? Is that what's..."
Again, I mean, it seems like as long as the Moonstones are happy to keep picking up the bill for things, it's saving us from having to accept the threat of violence, which is like, I don't know about you, but that's just gonna be the easiest way for us to get what we need.
I just don't see why we can't just borrow a little bit from somebody that's not paying attention.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically...
There's
the
no
threat of
violence
right?
there.
Yeah, in theory, I mean, the idea is that if you get caught, you can exert violence. But, like, yeah, it's all pretty theoretical. Yeah, I don't see why not. I mean, do you see a good target? Like, and you see the bone swarm is just like...
Yep. Annis is gonna just kind of look around for the telltale sign of a good target.
Yeah, I think Kane is as well.
Yeah, you want to make a perception check?
Hell yeah.
Sure.
Each of you.
It's gonna be a 15 for me.
Oh shit, this could be a 9. Low rolls.
There is this, like, elderly human man in, like, nicer clothing, and he's very distracted feeding some of the birds. He's just kind of hanging out over one of the railings that are nearby, just kind of tossing out some bread, watching them, kind of chuckling to himself about how some of the birds are jumping around.
Is he obviously carrying money?
He's got some nicer clothes. They're very clean. There are definitely some adornments around, like gemstones.
Mm-hmm.
And he's feeding the birds?
Yeah.
Okay. Annis is gonna look down at Kane and be like, just can you keep them distracted just for a second? I got this.
Moonstones? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
So, Bartleby, what do you think you're gonna be looking for at the library there?
Oh, Kane, I have never been wanted to ask. This is the question I've wanted. Listen, I could go on for days. I'm so eager. First of all, we're gonna just do a general search for Arcana books, obviously.
Yeah, sure.
We'll look a little bit into see what's going on with Casimir. Try to find any information if they see anything there.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
The main reason is
I'm gonna sneak away from the group.
Definitely. This is like Kane say, and then like getting Bartleby on this, and then looking at Nora and being like, "This guy, right? Like now he's on a thing. Isn't this funny?" And that's how he's distracting Nora.
Annis, can you make a stealth check for me, please? And Kane, can you make a persuasion check for me, please?
Yes, I can. It's not going to be good.
Yeah, that's a 17.
That's a 6.
If I notice what is happening, I will attempt to assist Kane in distracting Nora.
Honestly, I almost feel like Nora is not putting up much resistance right now because she's kind of just in her own head.
Well, I was just gonna say that Kane is acting weird. Annis, you feel pretty confident in your abilities, and you kind of divvy off your own way.
Kane, are you okay?
Huh? Yeah, I'm doing fine. Why would you ask that particular question?
Because you're being weird.
No, you know, I don't think I'm being weird. I think that this is honestly about Kane Clay.
Kane, what's
I'm just
going on?
interested in what Bartleby is interested in at the library. Kind of vague. Back
We're
in
going
the
to look at,
Pantheon.
listen, we're going to be we're going to be looking up stuff about undead. Maybe they'll have a book on liches or two. That would be wonderful. All sorts of things.
Yeah.
All right,
Good stuff.
we're gonna jump over to Annis.
So I'm gonna, as I sneak away from the group, I'm gonna just kind of try and tuck into whatever shadows are there, and blend into it. And I want to try to get as close to the Birdman as I can without him seeing me. So if there's like a barrel or something that I can kind of scoot towards, I want to get as close as I can.
Okay. Can I get another stealth check,
Yep.
please?
Ooh, 23.
You feel very confident in your abilities, and as you make your way around the tables and chairs, and you kind of jump from shadow to shadow, the old man, as well as a couple other passerbys, don't even give you a glance.
Okay. So as soon as she gets close, she kind of wants to see, like, are there, like, a lot of birds that
Okay.
he's feeding?
Well, let's see how many birds. Never know what you're gonna have to do as a DM. Wow, there are 37 birds.
There's a lot of birds.
Wow.
That's a lot of birds.
I rolled a
Wrong
I rolled-
birds.
2d20 and I got a natural 20 and a 17. So 37 birds.
Jesus.
Nice.
That's a lot of birds. There's one like big
so,
swole bird walking around eating most of the bread.
This man is also
Okay.
Swarmkeeper Ranger.
So she's
I love
gonna she's gonna try to just do like a very quick, quiet sweep by and collect as many bird seeds off the ground as she can and run back to the group.
Can you make a sleight of hand check for me, please?
Sure.
Specifically the bird seeds.
Oh no. Oh, hey, that's 21.
You are able to grab 21 bird seeds.
Sweet. And I'm gonna head back to the group.
You do so, and everyone seems to be really involved in their conversation without you.
Bartleby, that's so interesting.
It's
Are you sure you're
that's
not
not
acting
even
weird?
the half of it. That's just the start of the interest.
I mean,
Oh, hi, Annis.
oh hey,
Hey, that is so weird.
Glad to see that you've been standing
That
there
is
the whole
so
time.
weird. The whole time. It's amazing. Hey guys, I got just so I guess I just forgot about this thing. That was just some I got some
Did you find some money?
money. I found some money.
Wow. That's
This
really
guy-
good news.
And she holds out the bird's season. This guy was just throwing it out of his pouch.
That's birdseed.
And he was trying to give it to the
Annis.
I mean, if we ever do need to buy anything from birds, they might
That's,
count it as money.
That's not money.
Yeah, you probably
I
don't even
didn't-
have to give that
but
back.
this
You
is
just
so-
keep it.
I can keep it?
Yeah, that's no one will even mind it missing. I imagine.
No, probably not.
No.
Birds eat them. Kind of like how you eat grass or other food.
Gotcha. And she's gonna turn to Kane and be like, I thought.
Yeah. We'll work on it. It's fine. We'll get it figured out. It's not. Listen, kid, you did good. All your scores were real high. I'm sure you didn't get spotted at all.
Maybe if we make a little cheat sheet, we could draw some pictures of just to give a sense of like what is worth borrowing.
Yeah, I mean that's gonna be a little tricky because value is kind of an abstract concept to try to
Yes,
impart
but,
onto someone.
But Nora's a very good artist, and we could just have her draw a picture of a crown, a picture of a little piece of gold, that sort
We're
of
not going to be stealing any crowns.
So, does it all look?
Who's
does-
talking about stealing?
I had this.
You
Thought-
found it, right?
I found it, and I thought
Yeah.
that it was the same thing as those. Listen,
Mostly metal is going to be the weird metal. Money's going to be the weird metal discs.
I don't like this whole money concept, and she's just gonna throw the birdseed.
You see a lot of probably a dozen birds stop being over by the man. And
Oh god.
Roll initiative.
And as we are
We'll get to the library.
comedically running away from the birds toward the library, we're gonna take a little break. And when we come back, we are going to be level 5.
Go! Very excited.
So we're gonna take a little break. We hope
Alright,
to
yeah.
see you.
Stick around, we won't be long.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Stay. I'll be like.
swarm. Let's fucking go.
I just think that Nora's gonna hate it so much.
You know,
Hello, we are back.
Welcome back to Heck of a D&D, to Reshendon, Rise of the
we're
Nyxrade.
gonna have a heck of a good time.
We are currently in the capital city of Grizzgild, heading to the public library. So, after arriving at the library, you see a very large minotaur with dark fur, very large jutted horns, and he has this beard with gray hairs all throughout it. And he's standing at the front desk, kind of sorting through different books and stacking them in certain ways.
Hello. Sorry to interrupt you. Sorry, I was looking
Hey
at
there.
spells. I got distracted. Hey, how is it going? I'm curious. Do you have a section in your store that focuses on Arcana, specifically, history of Arcana, specifically history of undead things, maybe liches?
Right, the history of Arcana. Arcana's history.
Yeah, or lich related. Yes. Specifically, Arcana gone awry. You know, like the wizards that try to become liches, that sort of thing.
Yeah,
No, not necromancy.
I
specifically
definitely
lich.
understand what you're talking about there. Yeah, I think I could probably get something going on that. You think?
Excellent. I'm looking for something kind of specific.
Yeah, sure, of course. Really, yes, specific to the liches, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out if there has been in history, and if there has been, if there's some stories about them, any liches that have, for lack of a better term, not been evil.
Oh, right. Yeah, you want some of those arc liches there.
Yes, I'm not totally familiar with what that is, so that's kind of a new term for me, but I'm interested in it.
Yeah, so you've got your liches, but you've also got your arc liches, and they're kind of the good guys. You know what I'm saying?
I do, and
It's all subject to opinion, I think.
Listen, morality is a perspective more than anything else. But do you have some books on them that I could perhaps read about?
Yeah, I think I have to go find them in the back, though. That's kind of a specific subject. That's really specific there. Oh, pal. Hey, what's your name there, bud?
Oh, my name is Calthador Humperdinck.
Yeah, I know. It's kind of a crazy name for him to have. Yeah.
Wait, who is this guy talking to?
Okay.
I'm talking to the librarian.
No. I'm Patrick Pretty is asking, who is this Minotaur talking over his shoulder to? Can I roll something? What is happening?
You can make a perception or insight check.
Alright, perception, here we go. That is a 21.
He's definitely talking to somebody.
Well, yeah!
But you don't hear a response. It's like, it's eerily quiet.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. My name's Karel Dorkhoof. I'm the librarian here in this here library. It's very nice to meet you, Mr. Humperdinck, was it?
Yes, but you can call me Calthador.
Yeah, okay. Well, if you don't mind, I'm just gonna go to the back and I'm gonna try to find something for you real quick.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Bartleby, did you see what the hell he was talking to?
No. I'm assuming he has some sort of imp assistant that's invisible or something like that.
That feels like a lot of hoops to jump through for him talking over his shoulder, but I'm into it.
It's not that hard to get. I actually had the choice at a certain point to perhaps do that, and I opted for something else. But it is totally within the realm of feasibility.
Also, Find Familiar is just a spell. Anyone can cast it.
Well, don't familiars usually take some sort of physical shape?
Could have been
I didn't see anything.
Could have been a little spider.
Maybe. Go figure.
Also,
Anyway,
there are
He's
different
gonna
ways to be invisible.
come back around the corner. He's got 2 books in his hand. Oh yeah, so I've got these books here. This one here is about the taking of evil and kind of using it for your good purposes. And that's got your arc liches and all that kind of stuff in there. And this one over here is just kind of some sort of monster manual type.
Alright, well that, I must admit, I'm curious about a manual of monsters. That sounds quite interesting. But yeah, I'll take a peek at the one with the arc liches, please.
Yeah, sure, no problem. And he's just gonna slide it over there. If you don't mind, we like to keep all the books kind of in the building, so if you could just go to our designated reading area over there. I'd really appreciate it.
Not a problem at all, good sir.
When he points out the designated reading area, Kane is gonna tug on Amnes's sleeve and drag her over to the most secluded part of the designated reading area that we can find.
What?
I had an idea. Oh wait, and Kane's looking around to try to make sure that we're more or less alone. And then assuming that we are, Kane is gonna reach into his bag and pull out the book, Annis, that you will recall that we got at the last bookstore that we were in. We were talking the other day about what you were, and I'm still real worried that Warblood is going to be able to drop a scrying orb on you, or get inside your head the way that he did mine. This book is, it might have some answers.
Okay. Can I read it?
You can try. And Kane is going to hand over the tome of Armaya, I believe is how you say it, to Annis to try to get some answers.
You take this tome in your hand and you see this weird-shaped eye. And the interesting colored accents along the book and along the bindings. And you kind of turn the cover. It's a blank page.
I flip another page.
Kane, you see, from your perspective, Annis looks through and the pages are covered in glyphs and writings and weird things you can't quite make out. And Annis, you just see blank parchment and you're flipping through blank, 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 blank.
I mean, slow down. Like, you're not going to get anything that way.
There's nothing here. Is this a joke?
I feel like if this was a joke, I feel like if this was a prank, someone would need to be watching. I wouldn't take it out of the way. Can you not?
There's nothing on the... No. There's nothing...
Kane grabs the book and, like, wrenches it toward his face to try to figure out what's happening here. Okay, there's no out-of-body experience. Nothing like the first time I read it. Interesting. I mean, I can't read any of what's on there, can I?
Can you make an Arcana check, please?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, or a religion check.
Religion would be much better, thank you. It's gonna be a 19.
Some of the symbols that you saw on the windows of the Pantheon, you actually see in the book as you're kind of going through the first couple pages. The liberty, respect, freedom, and each page is like dedicated to that. As you're turning the first couple pages, you see it, and you're like, "Oh, that's kind of weird." And you get to the fourth page, and it's another interesting symbol. It kind of resembles that forge tribal signature that Amulet had.
Yeah.
But it kind of like arcs out and around and bends. Like the entire page is this tribalness, tribal-esque glyphs and figures. But it all comes back centralized to the forge.
I think Kane takes his sort of new amulet and is like, you don't see this symbol all over these pages.
No.
Oh, alright.
No.
I suppose this was a bit of a fool's errand then. What the fuck? Yeah, I don't know either.
What happened? What happened when you opened the book?
I'm gonna be honest, I didn't actually get a chance to read it the first. I kind of got sucked into a trans-dimensional portal and met an omniscient deity. I was sort of expecting that to happen to you, if I'm honest. Yeah!
Oh my god!
I told you about Bartleby being a vampire, and having somebody looking out for him? Remember we had that conversation? That this was the entity. The entity that I asked, how do I help Bartleby, lives in this book? Is part of this book? I'm not really 100% sure.
Oh. Wait. A vampire? He's a vampire.
I mean, that's the word that I'm hearing thrown around, yeah?
You said parasite.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. Bartleby said he hates vampires. Yeah.
Plot thickens, huh?
I know.
Huh.
Okay, that's a whole... Boy. Okay. We should get a book on vampires.
I mean, that's how I got this book. I was looking for something like that, and then the crazy woman who ran that bookstore just handed me the keys to all knowledge. Kind of? Like, very limited access, but I don't know. I gotta figure out what's going on with this book. Oh, boy. But yeah, Bartleby, I mean, I suppose is a vampire, or something similar. He's interested in him. He hates him, you said? That's
Yeah.
weird.
I'm conflicted right now because it's like, I mean, it sounds really cool, but like, he hates himself, and like, that's not cool, and like, I don't want him to hate himself.
I mean, it could also be something else that we don't understand, right? Like, all I'm saying is there's a lot going on there. But it's beside the point. The point is that the book told me, the lady in the book told me
Okay.
all of that nonsense, all that garbage. So I was hoping that she might be able to answer some of your questions. Or
What's her name?
what is her name? Her name's Armaya.
Okay, can I see the book?
Yeah, he hands it back over.
Okay, and she's gonna look at the book. Close her eyes. Amaya!
In this fucking library. Amazing.
Yeah, if we could keep the volume down to a minimum, that'd be fantastic. I know, they were being really loud. I know, it's kind of my job, though.
Suck.
Yeah, alright.
Suck. Sorry.
Just got it. God damn it, Tyler.
Okay, well, that didn't work. I don't think I'll ever talk to this lady.
I'm sorry. I'm so glad that you got it.
Props to GeoSteller in chat, too, who just plucked it out. Jesus.
Oh, it's so good.
Oh, boy.
I hope no one else gets it, and then it's an inside joke for the rest of eternity.
I'm very concerned.
Oh, man.
I'm so sorry. Please continue. I apologize for our outburst.
Alright, I don't think I will ever meet this person, woman, magical wizard woman that lives in a book. So,
Yeah, I mean, doesn't seem to work. Like,
I-
the screaming didn't seem to do much. So, I've run out of options.
she obviously can't hear me.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think we've empirically proved that much. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so, and she hands back the book. Okay, vampires. Another thing, maybe you could help me look for, see, the thing is, when Big Bad Daddy stole the fang,
Warblood.
I forgot its name. Warblood.
Lucky you.
Then, I got another vision, and it was way different than anything else I'd seen.
All right.
And I want to see if they have any books on big flying creatures that rip people's heads off. Do you think we could find that?
That's gotta ring a bell for me, right, Tyler?
Multiple,
Big flying thing that
multiple
rips
bells.
people's head off?
Okay.
There are definitely dragons.
Well, sure.
There are incredibly strong archangels that'll do that. But also in your own ranks, there are the bone devils and that type of thing. Which
I think I just rolled down the list. You're not talking about dragons, right?
No.
And I don't think you've ever seen like an archangel. Like, that's nothing. Big feathery wings, be not afraid, orbs of eyes, kind of a thing. No, great, cool. So bone devils, right? They're from Castlemar. The thing that you're talking about looked like it was Castlemari.
Did it look Castlemari, Tyler? Was the vision that Annis had, was it in Castle, like, of Castlemar?
Your most recent vision that was more of a nightmare, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
that sounds like bone devils. I mean, don't get me wrong, they're pretty fucking stupid. Not the nicest guys in the world, but they're all over the Nyxrade.
Is Jeff a bone devil?
Jeff is not a bone devil.
Damn it!
I'm so sorry.
Well, I think I'd like to find a book on that then.
Bone devils? Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Yeah, I think legitimately, like, we should be able to find some on
Okay.
bone devils, especially because I imagine they're one of the ones that get sent out front line pretty regularly.
Yeah. So Annis is gonna, excuse me, to the.
Man, you guys really like being loud over there, don't you?
Pardon?
Yeah, we're not super used to libraries. We're we're from out of town. Anyway, listen.
Like Gina is sitting quietly with her brother and being good.
Yeah, no, we're looking for. You got any literature on bone devils?
I mean, yeah, probably. That sounds like a pretty basic demon that you might have to fight on Castlemar there, the Infernal Plane.
Yeah, that's pretty much what we're looking for. Kind of bog standard bone devil.
Well, your buddy over there turned down this your monster manual, but you probably find that in here.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm sure if it's got bone devils in it, it is what we are looking for. So, I'm gonna turn to Annis and try to find some information on bone devils.
Gonna look for a bone devil book.
There is a chapter about bone devils. And I'm going to pull up the monster manual and I will read it to you. I'll give a little blurb. A bone devil appears as a humanoid husk with dried skin stretched tight across its skeletal frame. It bears a fearsome skull-like head and the tail of a scorpion, and a foul odor of decay hangs in the air around it. Though they are devastating in combat with their claws, bone devils also wield hooked polearms made of bone, which they use to subdue their enemies before striking them with their venomous tails.
This is just a chapter. It's not a book on
No.
bone devils.
I mean, it is the monster manual, so I think we just got a clip from the actual literal monster manual.
Yes.
We're not sitting around anybody, right? We're just kind of.
Your moonstones are nearby, but you don't have to sit next to them if you don't want to.
I want to rip up the page about the bone devil from the book in a sneaky manner.
Okay. Can you make a sleight of hand check for me?
Yes. That's a 9.
Annis, you're not supposed to do that!
There's damage in the book! I know there's damage in the book. No, I don't want to do that. That sounds a little rough. No. It's fine. I think they're going to be okay. I think they just need to repair the book. Yeah. Okay. No, he's right. He's got a point. Okay. Yeah, can you bring the book back over to me, please? So I can repair that book.
Go. We don't need to be in Dutch with these people at the moment. This is not the right fight.
Can I see who he's talking to?
You can make an insight check. He's gonna pull out some little glue. Not everyone's a spellcaster, guys.
Oh, crap, 4.
Oh, he's talking to somebody.
Okay, I'm sorry.
He's just gonna do a little touch up.
She's gonna slowly back away.
Here, let's listen, buddy, forgive my friend. She is new around books. We do not have a lot of access to literature where we come from. If you don't mind, could I hold on to that for a moment? I am gonna take some notes of my own.
Well, I actually need to keep it right up here because the adhesive needs to dry. So you could just stand here if you like.
All right, yeah, that's fair. That's fine. Hey, Nora! Nora!
Hi.
If you guys could just not yell in the library, that'd be great.
Sorry. Sure.
What? Have some decorum. This is a place of learning.
Some help taking some sketches and some notes. Could you help us out?
Yes.
Yeah.
I know. And inside voice. That's probably a good. Have you guys heard of an inside voice?
Yes, sir. Sorry for any disturbance.
We just keep the we keep the voice down. Just kind of down here.
Yeah. We got.
Yes, sir.
This is just gonna keep looking. What?
Nora, do you mind? We're taking some notes on bone devils.
Cool.
Yeah.
And Nora will very quietly and politely assist with the note taking.
Fantastic.
Very easily done by Miss Moonstone.
In my reading, do I find anything about... I'm immediately looking for things on Skargorn, if Skargorn is mentioned in the book, and any information I can glean about it.
Can you make an investigation check for me, please?
I will. I will also use my pendant if need be to roll better, but I might not. 19.
There is a section in the book about, it's called the icosahedron, which is a group of 20 archliches from around the world that have slowly joined over in the ranks. And before that is a little blurb about arc liches. And essentially, a lich is a very powerful wizard who sacrifices his own body and mortality to become an immortal being of powerful arcane magicry. And arc lich uses it not quite so selfishly. They have better intentions. They're definitely still chaotic, but the intentions seem to be for the betterment of whatever their specific thing is, whether it be society or growth or staving off evil beings. And Skargorn is mentioned as being part of the icosahedron, as one of the top 5 that has ascended above, and he is one of the protectors of the realm, as it were, from his definition of evil.
Is there anything listed about him taking on emissaries or anything that would give me some insight into the relationship that I have formed? Anything about important books, that sort of thing?
There have been groups over the years that Skargorn has had to intervene. The book talks about they try not to intervene with a lot of the minor things, as they do have this air of arrogance. I mean, they are some of the most powerful creatures to walk the plane. But once they deem a situation too far, they'll step in and do something about it. Skargorn essentially the legend is that he's dealing with the ancient gods, and the ones that have been turned by greed or selfishness, etc., as a way of preventing them from attacking the plane of existence. And then he has these errand runners that handle the plane of existence, and he is kind of the guard of the outside of it. One of the guards.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I jot some notes down in my little notebook.
So, is there anything else you guys need, or anything I can help you with before I get back to kind of doing my own thing?
Annis, Clay, is there anything else you need?
I don't think so. I think this was just about it.
They should be fine then, sir. Thank you so much for your help.
Yeah, no problem. Can I just get those books? Well, I'm going to take this here monster manual. I'm going to let the adhesive dry down here.
Yeah, thanks again for being cool about that. That was...
Sorry.
We're learning. We're out here learning every day.
Well, that's a really good way of looking at it, because when you're learning things, well, you'll know more stuff.
Yeah. I mean, working in a library, I feel like that's probably a big thing for you, huh?
Yeah, I know all kinds of stuff.
That's really nice, sir.
Yeah. Yes, I do. And he's just gonna stare off to the right.
Can I
also
just,
roll perception?
I'm just gonna ask. Listen, buddy, you seem to get kind of lost in conversation there, and yeah. I'm just wondering, is there somebody with you that we aren't seeing?
Oh yeah. He's a guy. He's like this tall. Kind of hangs out on my. Well, I got another one over here, but he's kind of gone right now.
Huh. That's interesting.
I think Sam just caught on to the joke.
This is why I've been cracking up this whole
Oh
time.
my god, are you talking to celestial squirrels?
Oh, Jesus.
I mean, one's got a little harp there, and the other one's got a pitchfork, and they just kind of help me with my my thoughts in everyday life.
That's really neat.
That's
Amazing.
fascinating. And the bone swarm just fully assembles into two little mini canes, one with a pitchfork and one with a harp.
Hey, you've got some of those. Hey, look at them. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I know they're made of bones. That's.
Yeah.
I know what you're made of. Yeah, of course I do. I'm a librarian. Okay. Yeah. Well, I don't think that's very kind to say. Well, I think they're quite handsome. Okay.
Thank you for your time, sir.
Yeah,
One
this
last-
was really enlightening.
Yeah, one last
That'll
question.
be-
What
Are
sort
you
of
wrapping
new...
up?
Yeah, I think I figured out what I needed here. One last question.
Oh yeah, how's it going?
First of all, Bartleby, that's a weird name. Never heard that one before. My name is Calthador. Hello, stranger. But we're new to town, and are there any particular places that like we should avoid, where perhaps there's like not so many guards, or there's just not a lot of action going on? Like you wouldn't want to walk around alone at night, that sort of part of town.
There's not too many places like that here in the capital. There's usually quite a few guards roaming around.
Mm-hmm.
I'd probably say outside the city gates, like around the walls. There's some.
Are there any?
Huh?
And there's like, are there any perhaps like hamlets or small, farming communities that would exist in that area, or is it mostly just dangerous because of the wilderness creatures?
It's mostly dangerous because all the guards tend to stay on the inside of the walls. There's a couple patrols, but a lot of the what do you call it? Drug deals. Yeah, they happen out there and out in the
Okay.
fields. Yeah.
So kind to give us that warning. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I was
Are
being.
they
Thank you.
weak-willed?
Thank you. Yeah.
Oh, I did want to, Tyler. One last thing.
Yes.
If the books had any specific details of like important places or individuals that might like exist somewhere in the world in terms of names, I would jot those down. You don't need to look those up right now. I don't know, but that's I'm kind of looking to see. My goal is I want to learn more about this thing that I made a deal with and see if there's anyone else that might know more or I can talk to about it.
The book will make mention of there are legends of phylacteries of archliches, which are small little artifacts that hold a lich or archlich's soul. That they say a couple of them are located in the Quinrite Mountains. And that Valander has a hefty knowledge of some of the archliches in the icosahedron, which is your hometown.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much.
Mhm.
I try to avoid eye contact with Kane after I ask about if there's any dangerous parts of town.
Yeah. Do I clock that, I wonder? Is that a perception?
I think you can just clock it, friend.
You think it's that obvious?
Kane's not an idiot.
If I'm so sorry. If Kane can clock what?
Bartleby, like, intentionally avoiding Kane's attention.
Oh.
Yeah.
So, what's next in the docket?
Yeah, we're, we haven't heard anything from the guards yet, right?
Nope.
Okay. What time of day is it?
It is early afternoon.
It is becoming increasingly likely that we are going to have to stay here for the night.
Mm-hmm.
We should maybe try to seek out some of that there lodging, huh?
Yep. At the very least, I'd like to put my stuff down.
Yeah.
I beg your pardon. I'm gonna look up at the librarian. Do you have a recommendation for an inn?
In with what? Like a guild or like the king or
No, just a place to stay in a tavern or an inn.
Oh,
There's
you
two
want
ends
someone?
there, buddy.
Oh, like you want to like stay somewhere? Okay, not like an inn with like someone. Okay, yeah. Well, she could have meant that. I don't know. I know things. I'm a librarian. Okay.
You're doing very well.
I'm a
Personally,
librarian.
I like Sarah Lee's. She's really nice. She likes to keep a. There's also the Talon Tavern. They're a little more rough around the edges, but no, it's okay.
I think Nora's gonna just kind of gesture for the map and be like, "Would you mind showing us where Sarah Lee's is?"
Oh yeah, sure. It's no problem. So let me just look at your map here. Yeah, let me take a look-see over here. It's over here on the left side of the city. And he points off to along the wall on the left side. There's this multi-storied building, and that's Sarah Lee's. And if you want to go to the Talon Tavern, it's over here by the training grounds. And he points up to the northwest gate. To one of the buildings near the wall.
Thank you so much, sir.
Oh yeah, no problem. That's anything I can do to help a small, smart little girl kind of get her way in the world.
I fucking love this guy.
Honestly, I feel like we should figure out how to keep in touch with this guy, because, like, if we need the king or something, he kind of indicated that he knew who the king was, which, again, librarians knowing kings does feel like a weird way to organize your hierarchy, but I'm here for it.
Yeah,
King,
let's go.
you do not need to convince me to make friends with a librarian. I am so on board.
Yeah, I mean, like, let's...
Give him our phone number or something.
Yeah, I
What's
mean...
a phone?
I don't know. It's an idea I had.
Bartleby canonically invents the cell phone years later.
Hey, listen, buddy,
Oh yeah, how's it going?
You work pretty regular shifts here at the library?
Oh yeah, dawn to dusk every day.
All right, well that's a hell of a grind. If you mentioned some meetings with some people. Can we find you here if we need to have have that conversation?
Well, from dawn to dusk, I'm
Yeah.
more than likely gonna be here. And then most of through the dark. I live in the back, so it's probably where I've got to. But I'll
all right.
if I'm ever feeling like being social, then I'd probably go to Sarah Lee's.
Yeah, fantastic. All right, well then, our paths may very well cross again. But this has been tremendously helpful. Thank you very much.
He's gonna like blush a little bit. Yeah, no problem. It's, anything a little humble librarian could do for some cool people. Yeah. Yes.
I think Kane leans over to Annis. Annis, we should like leave him a tip. Do you have any of those rocks?
Yeah. Wait.
Annis.
Good.
Okay, fine. We could give him gold. We could just give him gold. He might give him a rock. He
but-
might like it. He might like it. We don't know. I
They're
apologize.
nice rocks.
They're very nice. I apologize.
Listen, I mean, it's just a suggestion. You don't. I mean, you can do what you want with your rocks.
I want to give him a rock. Jeez.
Yeah.
And she's gonna place down the nicest rock that she's got. It's like smooth and like the perfect like skipping rock. It's like a little bit tapered at the edges. It's got like this beautiful line
Amazing.
going through it. Thank you so much. It was very nice to meet you. This is for you.
Corella's gonna make an insight check.
Oh.
Insight check into the rock of friendship.
Oops,
Friendship.
I did the wrong thing.
Nope.
But is this like a thing or what? What seems to be the deal here?
It's my nicest rock.
Oh, it's your
I
nicest
found
rock.
it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to give it to you.
Well, that's incredibly thick. All right. He's gonna pick up the rock. He's just gonna kind of look at it. Well, that's very kind. I really appreciate it. I've never been gifted a rock before.
Oh, you're welcome.
This is very sweet.
Oh.
He's just gonna hold it. Oh, you can't touch the rock. It's my rock. Leave it alone.
I love.
Hey, man, what's your problem? Okay, she wanted to give me a rock. That's all. Well, there's no need to say that type of thing. Okay.
Anis, remind me never to question your instincts again. I apologize. That was fantastic.
Listen, a good rock. Good rock can make friends.
I'm gonna go put this in a special box in the back. Okay. Yeah, it's gonna go in the special. No, it deserves to be in the special box. Alright. You guys have a good day.
You too. Yeah,
You
thanks,
too.
buddy. Let's go to this inn. Lie.
We'll see if they take birdseed.
Ugh.
I also have money.
Fresh out of
No, I know. I was
fresh out of birdseed.
I was just joking. We've got some cash.
You know, you can also use cash to buy more birdseed.
Do they accept birdseed as currency here? Did I just throw away like
No. You can
100
buy. You can use currency to acquire birdseed, but you cannot use birdseed to acquire currency.
That fundamentally defies equivalent exchange. That does not make a tremendous amount of sense.
Well,
Yeah, no,
Capitalism
this
makes
whole
very
system
little
is fucked up. Fuck capitalism.
If
But you
it
can
don't
get
make
from the
dollars,
bird
it don't
seed
make sense.
is the joy of feeding birds. So essentially, you're buying the experience and the joy of feeding birds.
Yeah, but theoretically, that experience, that joy, should be transitory, right? Like, if I could buy it from a purveyor, and I should be able to sell it to then someone else, becoming the purveyor in this chain.
Yeah, I guess you could. You could do that. And if you wanted to have more money than you started with, then you could sell it for more than you bought it for, and then you're doing the thing.
Out of frustration, Anis is gonna just slowly walk away looking for anything interesting on the ground to put in her pocket.
As we all kind of saunter to this inn.
It has the perfect lake cabin vibe. It feels like a home away from home. And it is the coziest looking spot you've ever seen in your life. The inside is packed. Every seat is filled, seemingly. There is a few musicians playing at the front of the house. There are multiple servers running around, delivering food, beverages, etc. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm so sorry.
You're okay.
There is Kane and Nora would be able to spot that at the bar there is a very well-dressed goblin with dark blue hair tied up in a bun, and she is dealing out tickets to different servers that come up, and she's writing stuff down on a notebook. She's turning around, and there's a server window, and she's moving plates, and it's a very efficient area.
I guess we walk up.
To the bar?
Mm-hmm.
Hi, how can I help you?
Hi, ma'am. Do you have any rooms available?
I've got 2 beds each.
That'd be perfect. There's 4 of us.
That's exactly what we need, as it happens.
Fantastic. It's going to be 4 silver pieces.
I can cover it.
All right. Do you require any food, drink?
mean, dinner would be nice.
Probably not a bad idea.
That's going to be an extra 5 copper per dinner.
Okay.
I think Kane actually reaches in and pulls out a stack of copper, clocks Anis, clocks Nora, yes, gives Bartleby just a look.
I look at Bartleby with... I am Bartleby. I look at Kane with a little bit of, like... a little bit like, you know I'm not hungry. With my eyes, in a way that I'm not particularly happy with, but it is...
Yeah.
We can talk about it when we're not in front of the barkeep if you want.
15 copper goes to the goblin woman.
All right, thank you. Your rooms will be down the hall on the right, last 2.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
And she's gonna snap her fingers at one of the servers that's kind of paying attention to the music way more than she needs to be. And she snaps back in, and she's starting to run plates back and forth.
I think we head off to the rooms.
Who wants to room up with who?
I mean, honestly, that's a question. Do we have, like, the siblings and the demons room together? Do we have, like, the girls room together? Or
We've been rooming as siblings, but I feel like I trust these guys now. I kind of was scared, no offense. They might attack.
It's totally reasonable.
what are we feeling?
Why don't I bunk up with Bartleby this evening?
Cool. Anis, we're roomies.
Kane shoots Anis a look. Yeah, I think just a look.
Can I roll insight into all the adults being shifty?
Sure.
I don't know what this look is for. Oh shit.
So that's a 25 insight into you guys being shifty.
Okay.
Can I roll to know if I know what the hell Kate is giving me a look for?
I think it would be an insight.
Yeah, you'd make an insight check.
17.
Yeah, Anis, you can gather pretty well what he's talking about, and Nora, there.
Yeah. So, Anis, the look that Kane is shooting you is a rough version of I need to deal with Bartleby.
Gotcha.
Keep her busy. And keep an eye on her. Nora, you get all of that, and then I would also imagine something along the lines of Kane's really nervous about Bartleby this evening.
Mm-hmm. So, it's still pretty early afternoon. We gotta set our stuff down.
Should we go eat?
I mean, it's not dinner time yet, is it?
No, you guys ate like a couple of hours ago. It's
We
very
should
early
probably-
evening.
Probably, like, wash up a bit and, like, rest a bit before dinner.
You know what? We should find out whether or not they got any of that organized, money earned in fighting.
Oh, yeah!
Yeah.
Oh my, yes!
Yes.
That's a good idea.
Yeah!
Absolutely.
Let's see if there's a fighting pit somewhere that we could leap upon.
So I think we're going back out at first to the tavern after we drop our stuff off. And then I think out to try to figure out if we could suss out a fight.
You say drop some stuff off. What stuff would you like to be dropping off?
I think for Nora, just, like, the travel pack with, like, the bedroll and the rations and all that. Like, the non-important, non-magical shit.
Is anybody else dropping anything off in their room?
Yeah, I think just like camp gear, that kind of thing. I think all the important stuff I'm holding on to.
Okay. So you guys want to find some organized fighting?
Yeah.
Can I get... Ooh. Perception, if you'd like to try to listen for information, or persuasion, if you'd like to try to talk to some people about it.
I can certainly help in the
That is a
persuasion side of things.
28 perception.
Oof.
I don't even know if I need to help, but I'll ask around.
You get someone talking about it, then all over.
I did 13. Not great.
17.
Oh, Anis!
Ooh.
That's very good.
A 17? Is it?
I mean,
don't
for-
start with a
That's
bad
pretty good.
charisma.
I mean, you're asking about pit fighting. It's not like... the
don't
DC's
need-
not
yeah, you're
high.
not-
Hey,
Not running for president
where
here.
can I knock some heads?
I just remember Anis having a subpar charisma, so it's a good roll for Anis.
It's a,
Oh, I rolled persuasion. Was that not right?
That was
if you were trying to talk to someone, then it was persuasion.
I think
Kane.
Kane's the only one who rolls perception.
Kane, there's definitely some NPC dialogue going on. It's a pretty big town.
Yeah, sure.
You guys, you can gather that the training grounds... Oh, bless you.
Excuse me. Thank you.
That was adorable.
That was great.
Sorry.
The training grounds are not quite dead tonight, but there's fewer people than usual. Kane, you also make note that there was a lot of movement in the castle walls. Something happened, a lot of the guards moved in, they were standing in the courtyard for a long time, the king made an appearance, and that's about what you got. The Pantheon, one of the clerics is doubting his faith. And
And I could fight him?
there
Is this just the plot to Fight Club? Go on.
We could punch the divine like I'm doing.
And
Really unhappy at work.
there is the Crimson Gauntlet is holding tryouts for recruitment for the Crimson Gauntlet is the king's guild, essentially, where if he has things outside of the city and during the region, he will send this guild out to do those things.
Run that first bit by me again, because the latter two don't feel, strictly speaking, relevant.
Sorry, which part?
Before the cleric, the conversation that I overheard.
There was a lot of movement in the castle.
Yeah.
A lot of the guards had to gather in the courtyard. The king made an appearance.
Right.
And
that
then
probably has something to do with us. Yeah. Okay.
something happened, and then they dispersed.
Yeah. Okay. But nothing
Can I
about
get
fighting.
Well,
As I said in chat,
the recruitment for the Crimson Gauntlet to get in
He's fighting adjacent.
is fighting
Yeah.
adjacent. The training
Okay.
grounds is a well-known sparring area.
Mhm.
With Anis kind of talking and trying to gather information, there are some spars that happen at the training grounds. Maybe people drop some gold. Maybe people pick it up. Not that big
Got
a
it.
deal.
Got it. Cool. Does anybody else pick up anything else before we regroup?
I don't believe so. I think you got everything.
I relay all of that to the group. Seems like I mean, honestly, it seems like the thing at the castle is probably the most important thing. We should all be very aware there. But less likely to be a fight, so maybe the sparring grounds?
Okay.
Seems a little hush-hush, but...
I can't help but feel that the cleric losing his faith is my fault.
Wait, you think so?
I mean... We had an experience. Like, that younger cleric and I...
Yeah. I mean, we could go see if he wants to fight.
No. Let's not.
Just saying, sometimes a good, you work some of the tension out, help kind of clear your head.
I'm not sure it was a bad experience. He just, went into my spiritual core, experienced what it feels like to be connected to life and everything, and then passed out.
It feels like a lot.
We'll let him unpack that.
He's got a little bit of growing to do, it sounds like, this guy.
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you were right on your first assessment.
He's a bit of a whip.
Yeah.
I think so. Alright, so probably not our best fight target. Training grounds?
Training grounds.
Sounds good. Sounds interesting.
Alright. Let's go case the training grounds.
There are a few military-looking personnel, kind of doing a little bit of their own routine, training-wise. There is kind of a definitely, what's the term I'm looking for? Less than reputable group of individuals in the corner that are kind of hanging out in the corner.
As you do.
Yeah, I think that would be the approach.
You come across the one that piques your interest the most, and the one that's getting the most attention. Not quite like, not everyone's oogling or ogling or whatever. They're just listening to him kind of talk. Is a Triton male with blue skin, and he's got teal long hair, and he's got this interesting gi, and he has his arms crossed leaning against the bar where there are a few drinks kind of laid out, and there's also a Leonin, large lion looking humanoid standing next to him that's beefed up, no shirt, with heavy padded pants on, along with less notable humans and a dwarf.
Have they clocked us yet?
The Triton does clock you.
Cool. I think I'd pull ahead and, embodying the spirit of the single best who's line is it anyway bit of all time, walk up and say, "Anybody want to start a fight?"
The best way to start a fight. Hey, yeah, I'll start a fight. The Triton says.
All right. What are the stakes, my guy?
I'm not saying that you have gold on you, but if you were to have some gold and you were to put some on this table over here, how much would you be willing to put on a table?
What a very good question. And the bone swarm whips back over to Bartleby and, turns into a waiting palm.
Daddy Warbucks.
Daddy Warlock.
I'll pull out 4 gold.
Whips back over and drops 4 gold on the.
Hey, I might also be able to put 4 gold on this table here.
Yeah, I mean, what a coincidence that is. That's a good number of gold to have on a table.
Hey, Fangly, and he kind of hits the Leonin in the stomach with the back of his hand. Bet you drop 4 gold on that table over there. Okay, boss. I'll drop 4. I'll take out this little pouch he pulls on the side. Ding, 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 ding. So, yeah, trying to do some sparring over here, are we?
Yeah!
You, got a fancy-looking thing there following you around. You, plan to use that against me, or...?
I mean, I figured I'd let you figure out what the rule set was gonna be.
I mean, I'm gonna knock you out on the floor. That's what I'm gonna do. I don't know whatever about you going on.
I mean, alright, look, you got quite a bit of height on me. You got quite a bit of width on me. You got even a little bit of depth on me, which is pretty impressive.
He's gonna like look back to his cronies. Hey, here this guy got depth on him. Yeah, this kid knows what he's talking about. Yeah, I like that.
You feeling pretty confident? You want to go ahead and let me use what I got a hold of? Those seem like fair stakes to me.
Yeah, I don't mind letting you use what you're gonna use if I can use what I'm gonna use. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, alright, we got a no-holds-barred situation here.
Yeah, I'm not
Ready
gonna hold.
when you are, my friend.
I'm not gonna hold any bars. I'm just gonna punch you in the face.
Yeah, right. Got it. Cool.
Okay.
We understand each other. It's a colloquialism. It's fine. Where's this taking place? You want to do it right here?
Right over there. I don't like doing business in front of the bar. The barkeep is my cousin.
Right.
It's like a whole thing.
Yeah, sure.
And you see this like similar looking Triton with the pale blue skin, the teal hair, and it's a female with pigtails, and it's this very soft looking woman, young woman, but as you look at her and you notice, she has like the toughest glare that you've ever seen.
Jesus.
I don't like fights in my bar.
That's valid, man.
Happy to take this wherever is convenient.
You're gonna take it outside, that's what you're gonna take it. Hey, easy. Leave him alone, he's no.
Yeah, alright, we'll go outside.
Yeah, alright, let's go outside, you what's your name? Let me shake your hand real quick.
Yeah, my name's Kane. How about you?
Yeah. Oh, I didn't generate a name, I'm so foolish.
You set me up for that. I would have just let it go.
My name is Scar-Eye. Oh, okay.
Alright. It's weird because you don't have any scars over your eye. Was that like, is that your given name? Is it like an ironic nickname? What's the deal there?
It's the name my mother gave to me, I don't know, man.
Alright. It's just, it seems, I mean, what's your cousin's name? Because that's a hardcore, like given name sort of tradition going on there.
Well, that's Sarah. No.
You need to stick with it.
Yeah, fair enough. Alright, Scar, let's have some fun.
Okay, I like this kid, let's do it. Alright, how about you roll some initiative for me?
Yeah, hell yeah. Oh, that was so close to a nat 20. Jesus Christ. That's gonna be a 12. And I am gonna say we should get some battle music going on Hydra right now.
I do agree.
Very
Kane
important.
is just like so pumped up.
Listen,
Oh
I'm
my
level
gosh.
5 now.
I'm going to take out my hand and I'm gonna snap my finger. And in that brief little snap, there'll be a flash where my hand turns to that golden skeletal hand, and I'm just gonna cast a new spell I just learned. As these surges of like lightning go through the bone swarm, as I cast prestidigitation to make it just look really cool.
That's new. Alright, cool.
Yeah, just I'm trying to make you look more scary.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Good luck. Oh, I was talking to the bone swarm, but you too, Kane.
This is a good game.
And it's gonna go over to Nora and just like has like some old cookies from the road that Bartleby and I bought. And
Oh yeah.
Oh
my God, wait.
Amazing.
Hey,
This is why you buy extra cookies, so you can forget about them and remember them in a moment like this.
hey, little guy. What's your favorite animal?
I don't know. I think I'm rather partial. Interesting centaurs in the Feywild that they're kind of like they're like
cut
half
out.
horse. Did I? Am I back?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fantastic. They got these really interesting centaurs in the Feywild. They're like rabbit, half squirrel.
Half squirrel.
Okay. Okay. I think I could work with that. And he's going to run up to you, and he's going to project the arms of the astral self, except at the end of each arm, instead of a fist, is little squirrels.
Oh my god!
Let's
Astral
go.
self!
And I need you
Yeah.
a dexterity saving throw, please.
Yeah, nope, that is gonna be a 19.
19's gonna pass as the squirrels start flying toward you.
Jesus. Alright, that's a neat trick, cool.
Yeah, check this one out. And the squirrels are gonna start swinging at you.
Alright.
Oh, here we go. That's a 19 to hit.
No.
Second one, 25 to hit.
That'll do it, yes.
And then bonus action attack, 24 to hit.
Yeah, okay. Alright, he got 2 clean hits,
He's
holy shit.
Popping off. The first hit is 6 points. And the second one is 7 points.
Alright. I think I just take a couple on the chin. Keep moving.
I like them squirrels. Now it's your turn.
I mean, they're a little bit violent compared to the ones in the Feywild, but yeah, I mean, they're a pretty good replica just from a sentence description. And as I'm saying this, the bone swarm is gathering behind me and is going to launch itself at him. I need him to make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, sweet Jesus. Sweet peas and Applebee's.
Oh my god.
It's 17 to save.
Damn it. Yep. Okay, that does save.
He's pretty dexterous.
Yeah, I gotta buff my dex. The bone swarm clatters around him, and I think that might be it for me. There's no point in doing that right now, and that isn't a cantrip, so yes, that is it for me.
Okay. I like what you're doing there with all your little bones.
Yeah, they're pretty great, right?
Yeah, you know what else is great? These little squirrels. First hit, ooh, that's an 8.
Yeah, that's not
Bones
gonna
be
hit.
squirrels.
Second one is 15.
No.
Ooh, the third one's an 11, as you are nimbly dodging out of the way of all these squirrels.
All right.
You are the superior rodent. That's gonna be his turn.
Don't you forget it. Fantastic. Okay. Do I try that same move one more time? You know what? I think yes. I need another dexterity saving throw as Bone Swarm starts cycloning around his ankle.
That is only a 12.
That does not save. Fantastic. The Bone Swarm anchors him in place. Each creature that starts its turn in the web, or that enters them during its turn, must make a dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, the creature is restrained as long as it remains in the web or it breaks free. A creature is restrained by the web. It can use its action to make a strength check against my spell save DC. If it succeeds, it's no longer restrained. So this thing is restrained. And I am... we're outside now, right?
Yeah, you're like in the open.
Okay. I am just gonna try to get around behind him. And that is gonna be my turn.
Let's go.
Looks like I'm gonna have to make a strength check.
Yep.
That's a natural one.
Yeah, that's not gonna do it.
Hey, what's going on here?
So that's his action. Yeah, I mean, it's a little trick I'm just cooking up. I think it's pretty effective. And Kane is going to go in for some dagger. Actually, I think he's going to take a crossbow shot and then go in for bonus action dagger. So that crossbow shot is going to be... Oh, I have advantage. Excuse.
Yes, you do. As I am
That
restrained.
crossbow shot is going to be an 18 to hit.
18 does hit.
Okay, and then I'll do... that's going to be 5 damage plus. Gathered Swarm gives me another 1. And then go in for the bonus action.
You get a second attack also. We're level
Oh,
5.
hell
Extra attack.
yes! Yes, let's go ahead and do another crossbow. Thank you, 5th level. Hell yes, let's fucking go. 24 to hit.
24 is
That'll do
gonna
it again.
hit.
That's what I'm
So
talking
throw
about.
another
Kane!
5 on there, and then we'll go ahead and do the bonus action crossbow attack, or excuse me, dagger attack. It's got 25 to hit. So throw another 4 on there. So that's a total of 15 damage all day. As Kane fires off 2 quick shots, tucks in, gets a dagger up underneath it, and the bone swarm tightens around his midsection.
Yikes. He's definitely hurt. Well,
Nora, it's so much more exciting watching fights when there are friends that are in them. This is so much more exhilarating than those little bouts that we would see sometimes back home. Just strangers
Yeah.
fighting each other.
you can't
I was never really into like watching the fights, but this is a bit more exciting.
So much.
keep me here forever. And he's gonna roll a 20 on a strength check.
Oh, that's fantastic and terrifying. Chat has just called me out that I'm an idiot and I missed 8 damage on that. I forgot to add my dex to both crossbow shots.
No,
Thank you, chat.
it adds in the game log.
When I was reading it off, I was not looking at the game log. So if you were using the game log, you got it.
Yeah, you rolled 23 total.
Great, cool. Yeah, so my 15 was stupid. Thank you, chat. You're beautiful and I'm dumb. He gets a 20 on that.
Yeah, 20 on the
Okay.
strength check.
Bones go flying. King gets behind his shield. He is free.
Yeah, the best part about the little thing we have on the game log is that I can just see all the stuff you roll.
Yes, it is.
And so can chat, so it's very good.
Love chat. Cool. Okay, so that was his action. He's got bonus or movement. Anything happening, or is he done?
He is going to bonus action attack,
Cool. Okay.
because he's going to get in what he can.
Yeah. Yes.
No, he's not. That's a 14 hit.
Just clanks off
Oh
the
no!
shield. Cool. So I am up on him at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
I am going to bonus action Misty Step.
Ooh.
And bamf away and take my crossbow shots on him. That's going to be a 13 to hit.
13 does not hit.
Yeah, okay.
Also,
And then second,
chat just called me out. I cannot take a bonus action attack. I have to attack in order to bonus action attack. But I missed, so it's okay.
but also, yeah, you missed.
I missed.
18 to hit on the second attack.
It was for funsies, guys. It was just a joke. How funny that was.
So we shouldn't set a precedent of listening to them.
That's an AC 15, so yeah, you're definitely going to
Yeah.
clock him.
Great. So that's going to be 7 damage off of that, and then the Bone Swarm is going to get back up on him for another 3, so that's going to be 10 damage on that turn.
He is going to...
And I've put, what's the max distance for... I'm now 30 feet away from him. I'm basically as far as I can.
He's gonna deflect missiles on your crossbow.
Wise. Okay.
Oops. If I roll the correct one.
So I think this is up to your ruling. I think that the damage that I did from the gathered form doesn't count against deflect missiles. So I think if you get more than a 7, you just fully deflect it.
Yeah, I agree. I wasn't doing the bone swarm. I was just doing the crossbow.
Oh, no, I'm just saying because it's. I don't think bone swarm counts as the missile attack.
Right. No, we're on the same. We're on the same page.
Yeah.
You know what? He's gonna throw it back at you. As he does, he reduces it by 12.
Okay, yeah, so it just doesn't matter either way. Cool. Alright, go for it.
He actually throws it over the building as he rolls a natural 1.
Woo! Alright, I mean, that's a place for that to go. Maybe not the smartest place for it to go. I am going to Hunter's Mark, crossbow. Oh, wait. It's not my turn. I'm high. That was a reaction. Ignore me.
No. What? It is your turn. What are you talking about?
No, because he was deflecting my missile.
Right.
That's a reaction.
That's my reaction.
Is it not? Yeah. Is it not then his turn? Because he was deflecting my missile. I just attacked.
Yeah, but you get extra attack.
Oh, I did already. I missed the first one.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Man, you could have
We
just
are
went with it.
all dumb in this blessed day.
Great.
We're all
It's fine, it's
brilliant. We are all brilliant.
What is happening?
It's his turn.
I do know it's his turn. My dice are rolling randomly, and I don't like that. I don't understand what's happening. I looked at my phone, and 2 d20s or 2 d10s just shot out, and I was like, I don't know why.
That's pretty great.
They were happy to see you.
Alright. He's gonna run up to your face.
Yep.
And please stop rolling 2d10.
No.
Never. I will never stop rolling 2d10.
I'm gonna roll 2d10 right now.
The first attack is a 13.
No.
The second attack is a 16.
No.
Third attack is a 17.
Unbelievable. No.
But he's gonna use a... No, he's not. He's not having a good day. He's not gonna use key points. Screw him. That's the end of his
Just
turn.
throwing wild fucking haymakers. Cool. Amazing. Now I'm gonna proc Hunter's Mark and take 2 dagger attacks at him. That first one's gonna miss. And that second one is a 23. That's absolutely gonna hit.
Oh yeah.
And that's gonna be 5 plus... whoops, actually, ignore that 3 damage, because I'm not gonna do that. So he takes 5 damage from the dagger. And then I am gonna need a strength saving throw.
Ooh.
Let's go.
That is a natural 20 for a 25.
Oof! Fuck! Off! Okay, Bone Swarm tries to get around his ankles, and he just crunches him down. No good. That's my turn.
Okay. Okay. Here we go making punches again. That's a 25 to hit.
Yeah, that'll do it. Jesus.
16 does not hit.
No.
20, I believe, also doesn't hit.
No, it does not.
So I got the 1. He is going to use key point for stunning strike.
Okay. What's that? Is there... I've got to save for that, right?
A con save, yeah.
Oh, boy. Oh, that's a 14.
14 exactly saves.
Woo! Holy Jesus, that would have been bad.
Oh my god.
Jiminy Christmas.
But I do need you to take 8 points of bludgeoning damage.
That's
as a
valid.
squirrel clocks you in the jaw.
I'm so hurt. I'm so hurt. I'm not stopping.
Squirrel fists.
Great.
It is now your turn.
Yeah, so first things first, I'm going to arm blade dagger. That's going to be a 14.
14
to
misses.
hit. Oh boy, yeah, it does. Okay, let me think. Yeah, I'll throw it again. That's going to hit. That's a 24.
24 does hit.
Okay, then 8 damage off of that, and the Bone Swarm actually reorients, grabs me, and pulls me 5 feet away. And then I move 30 feet back and take a bonus action crossbow shot.
Okay.
can I do that?
As you sprint back and you turn to
Yeah.
face him, hand
can.
crossbow out, he
Yeah.
stands there and he falls forward.
Okay, well, I guess that worked out nicely. Oh,
Yes.
Is he okay?
The Leonin kind of
Uh,
runs past you with a potion of healing. Oh, no worries, boss. I'll take care of you real quick.
I was gonna generate some more of those lizard hearts. No, this is
I
good.
can also heal him. I'm a cleric.
No, it's okay. I'll take care of this. It's okay.
No, I will actually take a little bit of healing. I gotta hit the gym. Jesus.
You did well. And I will give you a first level cure wounds just for now.
Oh, whatever that guy was doing was pretty crazy. I've never fought anybody with
For
actual
one,
arms.
take 4 HP. I'm sorry.
Amazing. No, that's fine. 4 actually puts me up puts me up above half. So
Cool.
yeah. Oh boy. Oh, that was a good fight though. The Bone Swarm
That
is
was fucking epic.
going into the bar to get them.
Yeah.
Look at that gold.
The gold is still on the table, and no one disagrees with you as you swipe your now 8 gold.
And I think it just comes straight back, drops it all in Bartleby's hand.
Nice. Shall take
that
those
was
again.
so cool!
Oh, yeah, I got a couple of good moves, huh? Jesus.
She goes up to the Bone Swarm. Oh my god, no, you were so awesome!
You did very well.
It's
The
amazing!
Bone Swarm is just like high-fiving.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Man, you did so good.
Yeah, thank you. I feel like I haven't broken out Misty Step yet. That was that hurts less on Castlemar for some reason. I gotta figure. Oh boy. Anyway, that was fun.
Yeah.
That was really, really, really fun.
So, do we have all the gold that we need ever?
No.
No.
That we could, like, oh man.
We earned a grand total of 4 gold.
Which is not
I
nothing.
mean, yeah, it's more than our accommodations are costing us for the evening, so that's not bad.
Yeah.
Hopefully that'll help to account for some of the money we've been spending, huh?
Yeah.
Dungeon Master, could I request the music shift away from combat?
You may. I honestly thought we were going to fight the Leonin next, but that's perfectly fine.
We can. I'm ready to go.
I mean,
Does somebody else want to take? Does somebody else want to take the ring?
I don't feel like. I mean, Anis, if you want to get into a fight, you should get into a fight. I'm hesitant to use my magic in a non-serious situation.
Where do
I
you
mean,
wanna-
if we need a little bit more gold.
I'm definitely more magic fighty than melee combat-y, which is...
Excuse me, Mr. Lion fellow. Would you be opposed to fighting people that... Well, wait, actually, Anis, did you want to get into a tuffle? I thought I saw a little glint of violence in your eyes, and I want to encourage that.
She's gonna look at Kane like, should we do this or should we go?
No, I mean we got more time to kill. You might as well. I mean, listen, I don't know which of you is itching for a fight more than the other one. I have quite a bit of faith in both of you.
Honestly, I'm
and
not
it's-
itching for a fight right now that much. I just felt the thrill of the crowd, but in my mind, I don't want to fight someone that badly right now.
All right, Annis, I mean, get in there. You know you're training.
Oh, then we're gonna go
Good
racing.
lord.
I can feel the war engine in
Why
your
do
heart
my
pumping.
neighbors do that? It is a 25 mph zone.
I don't know.
Maybe we can come back another time. If we I'm a little bit worried that we need to see if we're gonna talk to the King Almighty.
Yeah. Hey, y'all gonna be here like I don't know tomorrow?
Well, that's kind of up to the boss.
Yeah, he's still kind of unconscious, isn't he?
Are you sure you don't want me to heal?
No, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry.
Alright.
Don't worry about that.
All right, well, we'll try y'all back here tomorrow. See if anybody's up for a match or fight. This has been fun. Nice meeting you.
Have a lovely evening.
Take it easy.
Um,
Avita Zane.
As you guys turn, you look to see 5 heavily plate armored guardsmen that are standing each with a pike. And they all go, dum dum dum. The king requests your presence at the castle.
Oh boy.
Uh,
Got a feeling about that.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Just give us a moment, as my friend needs like 25 minutes to an hour to just relax for a second. But we'll be ready in a bit.
I
The
don't
Terra
think it's
King does not wait.
I thought
Yeah.
it was worth asking.
Yeah,
it was worth
let's-
asking.
Let's go ahead and go. All right.
Yep,
Let's go ahead and go.
we're with you. We're coming. Thank
Yeah.
you very much, sir.
They will 4 corners surround you with one in the front, and they will lead you to the castle. And there's definitely some eyes kind of watching you guys as you make your way toward the castle. And the doorways to the courtyard open, and you see, this is such happy music for what's about to happen. You see kneeling and arrested with arms behind their back in shackles, Renaya and Cedric, with a missing third guard as the king is standing mere feet behind them, guards lined along the walls, glaring in your direction. And that is where we will pick up the next session.
I knew it. I knew
Very
it.
cool.
I knew it.
Oh,
Oh,
Okay.
brother.
Bartleby's about to panic cast prestidigitation, just make us all clean.
fair and valid.
I would like to thank
Oh,
everyone so much for watching.
You. Yes.
And
This was our
Viewer?
biggest,
Thank
best
you.
crowd to date. You all are amazing.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
for-
We'll be back in 2 weeks.
Are we doing a after thing or no?
I mean-
I am going to hold a small after show if anyone is interested. However, I'm going to take a short break of 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm absolutely free.
So if anyone wants to stick around,
I'll be here.
Yeah.
we will have a little after show. We're gonna see how that goes. I believe one or two of the people have to go, but for anyone that wants to hang out, or anyone that has to go, thank you so much for watching us, and we hope to see you next time. Check out our website and join our Discord and all the links and such that will be posted. And have a heck of a week. See you guys.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. And
just the perfect threading
Yeah.
that anise needle. I love it. It's so good.
We are back. Hello, for the after show.
Oh, we are out of position. These are not.
hello.
No, we are definitely
leave.
out of position. There we go.
I am
we're back
still
in a
Anna.
position.
I switched to my headset.
There we go.
So I
Everybody,
can be on the
There we
move.
go.
for the
everybody's
after
sitting a little
show.
pretty.
Fantastic.
Can you guys hear me? Is it still working?
Yes,
Yeah,
you
we're
can
good.
Oh yeah.
Sweet.
Just as a
Oil all
heads
over
up,
my hand.
I am. Oh, Jesus, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm invincible and immortal, so it's fine.
That's so
That's
true.
impressive.
Oh, yeah,
You've
we
never
have
died
fucking
before.
spells.
I just as a heads up to everybody, I'm going to be rolling out of here.
Okay.
Adios.
That. You're
That might break
delightful.
their thing, but I've got a couple of minutes, so I'll stick
That's
around.
fine.
See if
Also,
anybody's got any questions.
Geostellar, we haven't talked about much of anything on camera because this is our very first after show.
Hey.
What a funny little thing.
Yeah, it's your
Yeah.
first real introduction on camera to us as people outside of the players.
Yeah.
My name's not actually Nora.
I should do an after show now.
That would be awesome.
Yeah. I will do that.
Actually,
But
I'm
yeah.
gonna move it to this monitor. There we go. Yeah, so I recently started up the Patreon, and we've been talking about what to do with it. And one of the things was to do an after show, like a day or two after the show. And so, and we like talking and hanging out. So, you know,
Yeah.
well, I mean,
Yeah,
we do an after show with ourselves anyway. We may as well share it with the world.
And I think one of the things that I'm personally really excited about from an after show perspective is like getting to answer questions that people have like about the game and like just about D&D in general. This was something that Cass brought up the other day when we were chatting about this. Is just like we have a really interesting mix of like Tyler, you're a forever DM, I'm a forever DM, Cinder's a forever DM, Cass has experience as both a DM and a player. Sam is actually entirely new. For anyone who didn't know, Sam,
yeah.
I'm blowing up your whole spot. This is Sam's first D&D game ever.
Yay!
And
Oh,
so
yeah.
we've got
And I
this-
love
Fucking
it.
killing it.
absolutely,
Oh, I love it.
absolutely. And so like, I think we could provide some interesting perspectives on D&D in general if people have questions or whatever. So like, this is a long-winded way of saying, chat, if you have shit you want us to talk about, let us know.
I'm
And-
off
Yeah.
camera, but I'm here. I'm just doing stuff in my room.
And
Like,
it's
homebrew
also-
stuff like Cinder covers a lot, but also.
It's also
Yeah.
a way for anyone in chat or the players to ask meta questions for funsies,
Exactly.
and we can kind of
Yeah.
explain
Hell yeah.
some of maybe some of how the characters were feeling at the time, some of their thoughts, some of their
Yeah.
actions, and as to why. Definitely
Yeah.
not going to spoil a whole lot, but you
Not with that attitude.
know,
Oh, I wanted to ask, what was that? Where were we that we had that? We all rolled. Was it perception checks, and none of us got a high enough.
Yeah,
Roll
that was
for
in. Where was that?
that was at the food market. You guys were
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
What did we miss?
yeah. A little bit nervous about that.
If you'll notice, the crowds died down quite a lot.
Yeah.
Not too long after you guys made a perception check during the meal, and then after the meal you guys noticed the crowds had kind of died down. The crowds actually moved in a certain direction toward the castle, and that was a perception check as to what information you'd get for that.
So we were like, "Oh fuck that important stuff that was happening. Let's go fight people."
Yes.
Yeah, no, that was sick. It was a wonderful. It's wonderful. I think missing stuff is half of what makes the game exciting sometimes. Yeah, I love missing stuff. Was there something to that fucking guy that was giving me eyes that other people noticed that I didn't
Yes.
in the
Yeah.
Pantheon?
What the
We
heck?
just did not catch him. I'm very upset about
There is
Don't answer too much.
No. That person had information and still is out there, but was definitely a thread for Bartleby to tug had he chosen to do so.
Yeah, Well, I think Bartleby didn't notice, and I didn't quite get a chance to nudge him on it.
There are for anyone in chat, there are
Yeah.
dozens of things always happening, and I like to have all my NPCs live lives, so they're doing stuff.
Yeah,
So
sure.
as NPCs, non-player characters, they enter different places. They're doing their things. They're kind of autonomous, quote unquote, in a way. I definitely nudge them in certain directions, but there are definitely threads that they can like find and pull, and it'll do certain things. They're not always static. They're not always going to show up in the same place, same time.
Mm-hmm.
Can I
Very
ask
fun.
everyone? Can I ask all of you guys a question?
Yeah.
Because I had
Yeah.
a new experience. I know I'm not on camera. I'll be back in a second. I'm moving things around in my room. I had a new experience this session, and I'm not a player nearly as much as I'm a dungeon master, but I have never genuinely teared up in a game before.
Yeah.
That's very
That's an
sweet.
experience for me.
Right?
Have you guys experienced? Are you guys D&D criers generally?
I am a crier generally. My true anger response is rage crying. When I'm too
yeah.
happy, I cry. When I'm in pain, I cry. When I'm sad, I cry at the drop of a hat. So
Yeah.
crying in D&D is nothing new to me.
Okay.
Because especially once I really connect with a character and I'm like, I know how they think and how they see the world and what they're feeling,
Yeah.
I cry at the drop of a hat.
Yeah. Cry laughing is also coming up in chat, and that's yes. all the
Oh
time.
yeah.
Yeah, I've
Oh
cried
my
I cry
God.
laugh during games. I
Yeah.
think at least.
Yeah.
I have definitely teared up laughing multiple times. I don't know if it's because I have too many other things I'm thinking about, but when it comes to, I've had some very serious things, and I've had players tear up, and I've had like really heavy emotional stuff, but it's all things that I look at in hindsight, because as I'm playing, I'm like in a zone.
Yeah.
It's only that seeing it, just like a quick one, my dad and two of my best friends were in a campaign that's on hiatus currently, and my dad actually, his character broke off from the group, and I don't know if it's permanent. He actually chose the opposite side of a almost war,
Dang.
and they had to break up. And that was our
Yeah.
that was our last session that we had. So like, in hindsight, it's an incredibly emotional experience. But in the moment,
Yeah.
I was like, all right, I'm doing this. I'm about to roll initiative. We're gonna do that.
Jeez.
I had 100 things going on in my head.
Oh my God.
And then the next day, I was texting
Yeah.
everybody. I was like, yo, that actually happened. That was crazy.
That's wild. Yeah. That's so fascinating, because I'm actually almost the exact opposite, where like I've never cried as a player, but I cry all the time as a DM about shit that happens to my players and my player characters. Like, for instance, and this is huge spoilers for like shit I'm writing, but y'all, this is privileged content. We're all friends here. In a long game that I ran, the rogue had this like extremely cheese, like I'm gonna steal from everyone, like quirk, right? And over the course of the game, continuously amassed gold to the point where it became kind of an in-joke, where there were several opportunities for him to spend gold to like get the party out of situations, and he would spend 15 minutes of game time haggling the price down, just like extremely money obsessed. But the character was also a very simple, kind of almost stupid character. He was not very bright. In the end, he actually died in sacrificing himself to do what he thought was going to save the world, but was ultimately going to destroy the world. It was this very misguided arc. And as the rest of the party, the surviving party, is like cleaning up the aftermath, they each find a share of his gold that he had amassed over the course of 18 months left to the party, with a note saying, I don't know why people seem to like this stuff, but I hope it helps ease your passing, right? Like, I hope it helps ease this. And I fucking lost it. I was sobbing. That long build-up is so good.
So someone actually did mention Chewy. Cried from sacrificing a PC. Have you guys sacrificed? I mean, Sam obviously not.
Oh, I'm just here for the ride.
But have you guys sacrificed a PC or like a really important NPC?
Surprisingly, I have never had a PC died, but I've been in parties with PC deaths, and it's always been a lot.
Yeah.
In a game that I'm running right now, a party was trying to find the key to some like trans-dimensional box, and it was in the vault of a casino, and they broke into the vault of the casino, and then when they got there, it was less of a vault and more of like a cave with a big pile of gold. And that was when they kind of realized that the casino was run by a dragon. And then the dragon reached out to them, and it basically got alarmed that they were there, and it was like, if you broke into my vault, so I don't want to just kill you, I'm going to use you. Kill the leader of this other casino, and I'll give you one thing from my vault. So you can take one thing. Just go kill that leader of my the casino I want to take over. And instead of doing that, they took a bunch of stuff and then went back to their house. In like a different city. So then the dragon flew to that city and destroyed it in sort of like a rage. And one of the players, who was the bard, I don't think he was intending to sacrifice himself, but that's kind of what made it extra epic, was he basically flew up into the air and started like shit-talking the dragon, and it led to the dragon directing its attacks at him for long enough for the party and a couple key players that they reached out to in the city to escape. And they don't know if the city is destroyed or not, but as they were leaving, it was like, shooting lightning across the city and stuff. But he died to a lightning blast from the dragon.
Jeez.
That's tough.
That's brutal.
It was cool. I mean, it was honestly, it was pretty. If there's a way to die,
yeah.
like that was a pretty epic way to die. I feel like the character deaths that really are like not fun are the ones that happen like in a random encounter. And you're just like, that doesn't feel like that could have been in the story.
Yeah.
That shit happens sometimes.
It reminds me of Sam, this'll be something you can pick up. In the Adventure Zone Amnesty, spoilers for the Adventure Zone Amnesty, one of the player characters dies, kind of late in the series, and they talk about like wanting to do that because it felt like the right way to take the character, like this self-sacrificial atonement arc felt like the right way to wrap the character, and it was this balance of trying to like be intentional about it while not like forcing it, right? Because you want it to come up organically in play, but you also don't want it to be a random encounter, sort of death. And I think that's an interesting. I'm curious, like, kind of where are y'all on like random character death and whether or not that's sort of in service to the story?
I will tell you guys, meta, I explicitly sent Tyler a message maybe a month ago or so that said he should not feel like he has to pull punches, and if my character dies, it's okay.
Yeah. I mean, I feel the same way.
I was
Absolutely.
your fantasy little sister. Oh. I mean, yeah. Sure.
I will make note, this is the first campaign where I felt like I don't want to pull punches, and you will get what you get, and you won't throw a fit.
Yeah, I mean, we're a good crew for that, right? Like, we're showing up, not fucking around either, so...
God, and you think Nora's traumatized now.
I'm going to make mention of two things. One, it is 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, or it's after that. Pat said he wanted to. He
I gotta bounce.
Yeah.
Thank you for being here, Pat. We love you.
Exit.
Yeah. Thank you very much. You all amazing. I can't wait to do more of these after shows at another time that's marginally less late.
No.
Have a good night, everybody.
Have a good night, Pat.
Tomorrow, Pat.
Bye, Pat.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
And now I'm going to do a lot of adjusting.
Oh, you're gonna move it around?
Oh, I'm Kane Clay now. Ooh.
Yeah.
On a scale from 1 to 10, is the mic that I'm using right now very shitty, or like, is it reasonable for this conversation, or should I switch back to the other one?
Chat, what do you think?
I think it's fun.
Okay.
You sound fine, according to Chewy MP.
I've been using a headset this whole time.
Whoa! I
Headsets
just
are
got like swooshed.
I got you, dog. Don't worry.
You got swooshed? Oh man, that was a hectic session. That was a
heck of
really
a session if
interesting.
I've ever seen one.
Yeah.
Yeah!
It was. I don't know. I like. It's really interesting watching everybody interact with everything.
That poor cleric that Nora talked to. Like,
Oh my god.
he has some thinking to do.
That.
Hi, X-Saber. I adore you. You're great.
Oh.
Have
The
you
second
guys
thing
thought
I wanted...
about
Sorry, go ahead.
Tyler? What happened to you? You got so half-faced. Oh, there you go. Oh,
Yeah.
yep, you're moving.
Oh, I think.
Have any of you? This is a dark place, but it's not that dark. Have any of you put thought into characters that you might make if your character was to perish?
No, I haven't really put
Yeah.
any thought into that at all.
I feel like I think about it all the time.
Yeah, no, I.
You have a backup character?
No, I don't, but I think about it a lot.
Oh.
I have a couple ideas that I'm kicking around, but I really like, I don't want my character to die. I feel like I like where all of our stories are going, and I like how they intersect.
Yeah. No, same here. I definitely have a couple of ideas, but I'm pretty attached to Annis right now.
That's fair.
Yeah. And
And
it's
love-
delightful.
Level 5 is like where you start to feel like powerful too.
Yeah.
Like, little
Yeah,
changes
I love
makes a
that
difference.
Nora's level 5 ability is destroy undead, considering that her brother is
Well, we just don't stand too close to it.
Thank you, John.
Don't-
Thank you, John. I appreciate that comment because I'm really trying to figure it out because it's two different cameras and I'm.
It's amazing.
yeah.
Yeah.
This
When we-
campaign's splitting
when
me
we-
apart, man. It's crazy. All right, I'm sorry. That was
You're
so
doing
stupid.
great, and I'm proud of you.
I checked my HP is now 48, and I was like, I'm a god.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm just gonna sit over here.
Your sneak attack does more damage. All of your proficiency bonuses
Dude, I
go
got
up.
uncanny dodge is
Uncanny
like the
dodge is
one that I was
huge.
really, really excited about. Super thrilled.
It makes you so much more survivable. Like you
Mhm.
just it's very cool.
Someone
Oh yeah, my armor is shit.
who
We can work on that. Rogues we can get that AC. We gotta find you some nice fancy light armor.
Thank you for yawning in my face, Smokey. Your breath is great.
Geostellar had questions about the librarian Minotaur, and
Oh my god, I love him.
I'm very glad that everyone enjoyed him. What I think it'd be funny to keep up with like a favorite NPC of the campaign. So, in your guys' opinion, how does the Minotaur stack up against previous NPCs that you've met?
I mean, we agreed to keep up with Amulet.
Amulet, the library, the
The
cleric.
Warforged cleric.
And
the cleric.
I am gonna say, Nora, I'm planning to have Nora write a letter to Trevor. I had drafted one, and then the events of this session happened. So I'm gonna do a different one.
Yeah, I don't think Bartleby has had an NPC that he has connected to yet. Really, honestly, up until this session, just because I think that I feel like his character was a little too self-centered to like think that anyone was anything more than like incompetent and not worth his time. But I think he's slowly but surely mellowing out a little bit.
I love Chewie's comment. Get them to love the character, then finish him.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Chewie, you missed this, but a couple of sessions ago, and he's come up in 2 different sessions now, Nora, who is 13, made a connection with a 15-year-old boy named Trevor, and they went on a date. And then before we left the last town, she asked him if it was okay if she write to him, and he said yes. So, get them to love the character and then finish him. Nora has a crush on a boy. So, yeah, he's in danger.
Also, Bartleby gave him a mask that when he puts it on makes it look like he has glowing demon eyes because he said he wanted to be like an adventurer, and I was trying to set him on the path of being a badass.
I would
So
like
I gave him one of my 2 magic items.
I would like to make a mention of something that I was not aware of. So the character Trevor, for the viewers listening, is actually based on a real-life friend of mine named Trevor, who has played in one of my campaigns before. And he plays
I'm listening.
the same character almost every time, and this is that character. But it's like the young baby version. So what I did not know until he pointed it out to me when he watched us last week, or the week before, whenever you gave him the Dread Helm, that's one of his favorite magic items ever that he tries to give every character.
I love that so much.
What does
I love
Trevor
that
the
so
person
much.
think about Trevor and Nora?
He is a huge fan. He thought it was kind of odd that he was like, she's like a 13-year-old girl. And I was like, yeah, but you're like a 15-year-old boy. So it's like, you know.
I take back everything I said. I actually fucking love Trevor, and I'm realizing that I completely just forgot about his existence because of how hectic this session was.
Yeah, no, I
love Trevor,
so it's
and I
no
think
longer
Bartleby kind of
relevant.
likes him, but would never act.
Would
like
never
it for
admit
a
it.
while. Yeah, I mean, he
It's
wants it to go
fully-
good.
Like it, so much of it needs to be changed. But do you guys want to hear the letter, like the draft letter I'd written to Trevor?
Yeah, of course I do.
Dear Trevor, we just arrived in Grizzgild. We are all tired and battered from the journey, and we are nowhere close to being able to rest. I, quite intentionally, didn't talk much about my travels or my life as an adventurer when we spent time together. Mostly, I just didn't want to think about it. I wanted to focus on you, pretend to be a normal kid for an afternoon and have fun. I love traveling with my brother, and I know how lucky I am to have a life full of adventure. I love seeing new places, meeting new people, especially you, and feeling the rush and thrill of a scrape with danger. But I am also very aware that a life of adventure is, by necessity, a life lived closer to death. A friend and comrade of ours had already been killed by the time I met you. In the 5 days of travel from Kelthalor to Grizzgild claimed 3 more lives. Not my brother or Annis or Cain, thank the gods, but 3 of the 6 men-at-arms who were sent to travel with us. It was nearly 5, but I was able to spare 2 of their lives. The artifact that we were escorting was lost in the struggle as well. I don't know what this will mean, but right now I'm just doing my best to be brave. I'm the cheerful one, the hopeful one. So when the going gets tough, my brother and my friends look to me to see if I'm still smiling. And although it is a challenge to keep up my optimism in moments like this one, if it helps them, I'll do it somehow. The artifact that we lost is very powerful and very dangerous, and it is now in perhaps the worst possible hands. We need to get it back and find a way to make sure he can't track us anymore. One way or another, we'll get it done, and that's all we can afford to focus on. The last thing I want is for this letter to discourage you from your own goals. Being a fighter is a noble, admirable pursuit. Truth be told, I don't even know if adventuring is part of your plans, and it's not all as bad as this, but these things do happen. Tragedies like this are part of the life. I suppose all of this is to say that I miss you. I hope you're doing alright. I don't know how long we'll be in Grizzgild, but it likely won't be more than a few days. We need to figure out next steps. Keep me in your thoughts, Nora.
Oh my god, it's so.
Will you be
fucking
my boyfriend? Circle
sweet.
yes or no.
So it's so sweet. Also, very like interesting insight into Nora's psyche. I think it's really interesting that Nora is kind of talking about her crises of like what she's struggling with Trevor and the priest, but not anybody. Like it's a very similar. It's a similar conversation. aside from the crush parts, it was kind of similar to what you said to the priest.
Yeah, I borrowed a lot of the lot of what I wrote there, like word for word, in the conversation with the priest.
You know what I think would be very cute is if every session on the website we upload a note that's like a response to the previous note.
Oh,
So if you sent that letter, the next session Trevor would write his response, and we put that on the website. I think that'd be very funny.
I cannot wait to see Trevor's letters.
Somebody write that down. Somebody write that down, and say, "Hey Pat, get ready to put a new thing on the website."
I mean, as it stands right now, enough has happened, like, in the session. I'm not sure how relevant that letter is at this point. Like...
Yeah, that's fun.
Well, I mean, they're being delivered by what? Carrier pigeon?
True. It's
mechanical
like
ravens.
as they were coming into the city.
Sorry, mechanical ravens.
Yeah. God.
Oh, I do want to make a mention of something very interesting that Cinder said as we were playing.
I don't say anything interesting.
Very early on. This is actually the second time this has happened with this specific city, and I love it so much. You and another player mentioned out loud to me, this city looks kind of dinky for a capital city. Or you didn't say dinky. You said like small or not something. I can't remember.
That was, keep in mind, that was all Bartleby. Looking at the map, being like, "There's not that many big buildings in this on this map."
I love so much because I specifically made this city to not be like the capital city yet, because it's in the works of like rushing this new production.
It's a very nice. It's very world buildy. It's very cool.
It's a city on the rise.
Yeah, and the fact that this is the second campaign that I've used it, and both times it was made mention of that specific thing, warmed my heart so much. Because, like, you guys got it. Even though Bartleby got it, like, you got it, and that I love that so much.
It means it's working.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, totally.
That was so good. I'm so sorry. I've been holding on to that thought since you said it, so I wanted to geek out about that.
No, please, geek away.
I can't wait to see this band of fools trying to interact with royalty.
Yeah, I am so nervous for it. Actually, I'm not nervous for it. I think it's going to be really fun, but I think Bartleby's nervous for it.
Oh, yes. Congrats on level 5.
Yeah.
Ah!
Thank you.
Yeah.
We're the most powerful adventurers in the universe.
Nora's the one with manners. We'll
That's
see
very
how
true.
much you guys let her use them.
I see. This is why I think it's okay, because I think that Bartleby can turn manners on, and I actually think that Kane and Annis are genuinely fairly polite creatures.
Yeah.
I feel like it'll be more like if there's some weird bullshit like, "Oh, you didn't bow deep enough." You know, it'll be like one of those kinds of things. It would, or you know, he might just be an asshole. Honestly, that's my biggest concern, is that he's an asshole. Like, Cass, when you had Nora being like, "We'll just talk to him," it's like, that doesn't fucking work on assholes that are kings. Like, an asshole king is not going to be convinced by, it doesn't matter how friendly that child is.
I
They're
mean,
going to keep
all
doing
right.
what they're doing. They're Game of Thrones in it. They don't give a fuck.
Yeah, but if he's angry that we lost the corruption, that means he's the kind of person who's going to want the corruption destroyed.
Yeah,
Meaning he's likely our kind of person.
Yeah, but he might be dumb, and he might lash out in dumb ways. That's sort of what I was thinking. Like, you know, just because somebody's on the same side as you, if they're really angry and they're really powerful, they might still be trouble.
That's true.
We'll see.
Somebody in the chat was asking about like it was saying that like Annis has no concept of money, and that is completely true.
The amount of things we've had to explain to the demons.
Oh yeah, it's been a lot. But like stuff like that, and like with the library, with like her trying to take the page out of the book, it's mostly because like to her, like, she views this world as like everything's illegal. Why can you not just do these things?
That was brilliant,
So,
by
like,
the way. When
no,
you stole the
her-
birdseed, that was brilliant.
It was
Like-
such a moment.
such a good moment.
but like, yeah, I mean, yeah, she's not. People in the chat that were screaming like, yeah, just ask for a pen, write it down. No, she just, there's the information that she wants is right there. Why would she not just take the one, just rip it out, take it away? But yeah, there's been a lot of that. It's been really fun to play her in this campaign.
It's interesting having a character that is like so fresh in the world.
It's really, I don't know what the word I want to use is. It's sweet and interesting because not only is Annis a baby, like baby-minded and very new to the world, but Sam the player this is their first character, so like you're also brand new to D&D in general.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's very interesting to see you and Annis have like that same like, what can we do? What do we do?
But what can we do? Yeah. Just all the things.
Yo, and when you got
It's
that
been
bird
really
seed,
helpful.
that was crazy.
I
I loved it.
really love how many birds there were. That was pretty
That was an
great.
insane
You know we're
amount of
gonna
birds.
find like a weird bird town, and we should have kept that seed at some point.
I know.
I
I really
considered
thought
it.
about it.
Imagine if you're fighting someone, you just throw a birdseed in their face and like 12 birds dive bomb them.
There's gonna be a moment, and I can't wait for someone to clip this, because in the future there's gonna be like a big air battle, and a giant rock is gonna be attacking you guys, and if you just had a giant handful of bird seed just to distract them, man, how great would that have been?
Fun fact: I don't think this is in D&D at all, but if you ever encounter a vampire in real life, they say it's a good idea to chuck a bunch of seeds on the ground because they have to pick them up before they're like fixated on untying
Oh yeah,
knots.
that's part of
and-
like a
and-
classical vampire lore. Like they'll
Yeah.
need to count every grain of rice.
Yeah, so it, realistically, you're not going to beat a
Oh,
vampire.
that's super
by-
interesting.
So just throw some rice on the ground or some seeds, and you should be good to go to like run away for a little bit.
It's very
Yes,
interesting.
realistically, you won't meet a vampire because I'm not one.
I've never heard that before. That's really funny.
I've also never heard that
Um,
before.
Yeah, it's one of those fun old folklore things. I think it comes up in an X-Files episode. That's where I learned it.
Do you guys, my players, have any questions or thoughts that you guys have been burning all day?
Oh gosh. Mostly I'm just excited. I feel bad for that poor cleric.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I know. I feel like that cleric didn't have a bad experience, Cass. Like I feel like realistic. Like this is me as Cinder talking. I think what happened, the way that I interpreted that, was that the cleric was like a person that like knew one way of entering into the divine, and
Yeah.
by connecting to you, they realized for the first time that there were many ways that they had not even ever considered before, and that sort of like broke their foundation. But I don't think in a bad way. It just, you know what I mean? So like I don't know. I don't feel like it was. I feel like it was maybe like, it was like an ayahuasca trip.
Yeet the cat.
She kind of yeeted herself.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
that was probably a good learning experience too, though. For like you kind of like you had all these phases of emotion, like oh shit, like this was totally unhelpful. Like this is not what I was hoping for, and I'm really struggling with this. And then he comes back and he's like, no, let's try again.
Yeah.
I debated for a really long time about how certain clerics would handle that experience. And even if you could take them there in the first place. So you passed the first DC the first time, and the second one it was kind of faltered. But that was also the first time that Nora channeled that type of thing.
Yeah, like it's one thing for her to feel connected to the world. In that moment, the world felt connected to her.
Mm-hmm.
It was a very
That
pretty.
I think that's a really cool thing to have. Like, I've never, like, in the podcasts I listen to and the games I've watched, I've never seen that whole, like, the intermingling of two different, not religions, is that the right, like, sort of, like, religious sources, and being able to see, like, two different...
Yeah, the like, this is my
Words
path,
and
show me
things.
yours kind of thing.
Yeah.
Well, and it's really
Yeah.
interesting that you chose the Cleric of Lathander, because Lathander's plane is very happy and sunshine and rainbows, which that's what you would assume Nora to be. And then, because he was like, all right, this is mine. And I also try to look at how I am as a viewer. So when I saw when I saw myself say that, which is a weird sentence, I was like, that's interesting in this moment, because Nora is happy with the yellow dresses and this big smiles, and you're like, this is not her, like, domain to be in. And then when you guys went there, it's not sunshine and rainbows. It's like this to be explored place of energy and swirling masses and like essence, and it's like, what? And that's why
to everything.
That's why he couldn't take in all of that at the one time. Like, he freaked out.
Also, Nora's on an interesting path as a cleric, because like most clerics, they can pray. Like, they have someone to talk to that they can like turn to for guidance, like praying to a deity. She doesn't have that. Like, her deity is everything and everyone. Like, she can go up to any random stranger on the street and be like, hey, give me life advice, and that might not go well for her. Because, you know, while it is a connection to the world, not all the world is really able or willing to put on, like, the mantle of her deity for a second.
I agree with that, but also that whole scene made me feel like there is a way that Nora can connect with that. It's just not like a person in the cloud. It's like a web of connectivity.
Yes, I think now that happened, I think she is gonna like experiment a little bit with like, what happens if I pray? Does that mean anything in my context?
That's really interesting. That's really interesting.
Oh
my god, I was so pissed with how the first cleric handled Nora. I was like, my little sister is asking, really? She's like asking the hardest question she can ask. She's been talking about wanting to see clerics for so long. This first fucking jabroni, what does he do? He asks the family name and asks for money. It's like, this is a child asking for help, and you're talking about how she's rich. I got so mad. Oh my god.
And there it was, asking for money.
I think Cinder got a little upset on that one.
Dude, Cinder got upset on behalf of Bartleby.
Hey, sometimes you gotta play cliches sometimes, man. You know how it is. Churches do be asking for money.
As an older brother in real life, there is very little more angering than watching somebody fail your sibling, if that makes sense. So that hit me in a moment. I was like, oh my god.
I can't remember what. Oh, yeah, and I definitely wanted to swing in that Kin Mao was questioning his faith, because Kin Mao is one of the few clerics that was eager to get back and be like, I don't know what that was. I've only ever, and like they were like you guys said, like, I've only ever known this, and it works for me, and everything's fine. But what
Holy
are
shit,
you doing?
that. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
she's doing her best.
Because there's definitely like a level of reverence to each other between like Kin Mao and Valen, for example. You know, they're both clerics. They can both do similar things. Some, you know, Valen's obviously more nature based, and Kin Mao is more like life and light based. But whatever you connected to is like bonkers.
Yeah. What does it mean to be a cleric without a god? It's interesting.
Well, and not only that, but like, what does it mean to live truly?
Yeah.
Damn. So deep.
Very, very fun.
I
I
love it.
I watch and I listen to other stories, and I hear about some of like the tales, and I'm like, do you guys not explore like crazy theology and ideas? And they're like, no way, man, we built this giant cannon and we blew everybody up. I was like, oh, okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
And like, I have my, for anyone that follows, I'm so sorry to interrupt, that follows my coworker campaign, I started to do this type of thing with them, and they became murder hobos, so they have like almost no interest anymore whatsoever in the story. So it's just like one shot every other week. It's like, here you go, we're gonna do this, we're gonna test out this, we're gonna do this.
One of my designated roles in parties that I end up coming back to over and over is the person making sure you're not murder hobos. I've played several characters where that was their job description.
That's tough.
It's fun, though, being the voice of, maybe we shouldn't commit a war crime.
It's fun if the other players are into it. It's not fun if it's like you actually getting into conflict with the other players. You know what I mean?
I mean, yeah, you're right. Like, sometimes it's fun, and sometimes it's like, oh, come on, can't you let us fight some of them? They were civilians.
I had one, actually, I'm just gonna say it, and I don't care what his reaction is. Trevor, real life Trevor, in my other campaign, started a war by himself because there was this being that essentially threatened the region with war if they did not return his staff of power. And the group, and this is so funny, it's not, but it is, the group literally sat down with each other and they started to talk about what they should do with this being. And like, because he started, the being started decimating the town, so it's not like they weren't powerful. They're very powerful, and they made note of it. And they said, I just want my staff of power back, I need it for what I'm doing, just give it back. Trevor decided, I don't care, let's go fight him, and sprinted out the door. So I was like, alright, so we're gonna do that. And the rest of the party then spends the next amount of time trying to stop him from starting this crazy war.
Oh my gosh.
And then, because of a very, very high roll from someone who was willing to pay a very large price, the war didn't start. But they also essentially gave up part of their life for servitude to this being. And
Holy shit. Nora sure knows how to pick up.
yeah. But that's like a whole other guy.
That's what
That's just like a whole other guy. But yeah, you're talking about people stopping being... I've never had, like... Well, that's not true. But that campaign didn't go anywhere past that session. I've never had, like, murder hobos until that moment where it was just like, I'm going all in on this one idea, and I don't care what anyone else has to say. It's crazy.
Oh my gosh.
God.
That sounds like a lot.
I've never really had murder hobos, but I've definitely had players who, like, just want to do the next thing. Like, they want it to be a video game where they want to go to, okay, where's the next fight? Where's the next fight? And if you don't describe, like, an encounter that's about to happen, they kind of just sit there and don't say anything. I've had that before.
Yeah, I'm
and
having
those
that
are
right now.
I find that those are like I don't mind it.
Hope it's
but...
not us.
No, I don't think it's us. I think
Most
we are a problem in the other direction sometimes.
Right. Yeah.
But I do find that it's the most
I remember,
work.
like,
Talking
session
about-
1 or 2, Tyler just mentions the weather, and we roleplay for 20 minutes.
I mean, I really like
about
it.
water.
It make you know why I think part of why I think it's such a wonderful. I think it's actually very good for the storytelling of D&D as well, because what it allows from Tyler or from anyone that's a dungeon master, it allows them that they don't need to worry about they don't need to overcomplicate the plot if they don't want to, because the plot is going to become complicated by the social dynamic roleplay things of the characters. Like that can be what adds the levels to it, and that it also makes it so we as players can keep track of the plot. Like, if the plot was hella complicated and we weren't adding anything to it, we'd have to all have such better notes. But
Yeah,
it makes, I don't know. I like it. I'm into it.
honestly. Also, like, with socially complicated games, playing a sibling of someone else on the table is one of my favorite things to do in D&D.
I have never done it before.
I may have ranted to you about this campaign before, but I played one half of a set of identical twins once, and my character was a mastermind rogue, and my twin was a bard. I believe they were a glamour bard. I don't really remember. But we were told by the DM, do not give your characters tragic backstories. The tragedy will happen in campaign.
Oh my
And
god.
all of the characters were, like, teenagers from this one small town. My twin and I decided our dad was the head of the guard. He was a single dad. Our mom was kind of estranged. She lived in a city. She lived in the capital city. We thought she was like a performer of some sort. We didn't really know. We didn't really care. It was a good life. Our whole shtick in the town was the rogue, would steal secrets of elite individuals, and the bard would sing them to an audience and sing out the corruption of the town. It was great. And then session 3, just like a magical terrorist organization shows up looking for an artifact in our town, kills the town priest and the twins' father right in front of them, burns the town to the ground. We get the argument, have to flee to the capital to go warn the king. And before we even get there, on the road, we meet someone who knows our family, and we learn some things. 1, we learn our mother is married to someone who's definitely not our father. 2, we learn she has a sister. 3, we learn her sister is a mob boss who tried to kill us when we were babies.
Jesus Christ.
So we get to the city, and who do we meet within 24 hours? Our mob boss aunt and her apprentice, who's this lovely young girl. So I'm like begging my twin, like, please don't join the mafia. Please don't join the mafia. My twin's like, I'm gonna join the mafia. So attempts to join the mafia. And our aunt is weirdly receptive to this and gives her a chance to, like, basically try out for the mafia. And we're gonna go see our mom and be like, hey, yo, dad's dead. Thought you might want to know. So we get there. Guess who's there? Voldel's apprentice. That's our half-sister. We have a half-sister. Our mother tells us to our face that she doesn't love us and doesn't want to get to know us because every moment she spends with us has the potential of ruining her life. And we leave. And my twin joins the mafia, and the mob boss aunt approaches my characters like, hey, I'm gonna offer your twin a job, but who I really want is you. You're the rogue in this pair. So you can say no, and your twin will be here unsupervised with me. So obviously I say yes. So now we've joined the mafia. 2 other party members join a rival gang because we're smart. So mob boss aunt discovers our party mates have joined a rival gang, doesn't like this, kidnaps the twin. We have to save the twin. We're sneaking out of the city it's the king's birthday. There's like a masquerade ball. We go to there. Guess who's there? Mob boss aunt. Guess who else is there? Magical terrorists from session 3. They kill the king, and we barely escape with our lives. We learned that the magical terrorists had a inn like amongst the nobility to help them do this. Guess who it is? It's the twins' stepdad who doesn't know they exist. This was their family. None of this was decided in backstory. Yeah, so you know.
Whoa.
That's a lot.
Hectic.
Damn.
Hectic. Hectic with a capital H.
Yeah, that character had anger issues. Not in the beginning of the campaign. And
Damn. Amazing.
yeah,
I'm definitely afraid that things are going to get overbearing. That's like X-Saber just mentioned in chat not so long ago, talking about having a really complicated plot, and you guys found a few threads that I was like, because I have the world built, and then there are certain things that can happen at certain times or certain activators that happen, and when you guys pick it as the storyteller, I have to let you do it. Because I don't want to be like, I'm just going to hold, like, no, that doesn't exist, no way. Because that's how I want my world to be placed. And I'm definitely, like, I'm trying to be wary of not going that complicated, especially right now at level 5. You know, we have time, we'll get there.
oh yeah, absolutely.
But when Pat made mention, or as Kane Clay mentioned about a crazy book, and he went through this whole, like, he described that scenario, I was like, oh yeah, that is kind of crazy, and that's not even, like, the main plot. That's like a,
Yeah, you know,
that's like a it's like a side story, that's not even, like, a whole big thing right now.
Yeah.
Very fun.
Yeah, Tyler, there was a moment earlier on in the session where there was mention of like a homebrewed subclass that you were winking at me about.
I
Something...
I did not wink at anyone about anything. I just made. I
don't know if you know this, but everyone that makes a character when they play D&D puts a part of themselves in that character, whether they want to or not. And as much as I like to say I am not Bartleby Moonstone, Bartleby Moonstone is the main character of his story, for better or for worse, and I am the main character of my story, for better or for worse. So I interpreted that wink in my direction, as I interpret all things in my direction. That being said, is there something of a document of some sort that I may peek at, you know, for curiosity's sake?
I have multiple subclasses for multiple classes, and my own class that I have sketchings and rough drafts of. One of them being a ranged paladin with smite shot. And
Well, let's talk about that at some point.
somebody had made mention of it in chat. It's like, if only a ranged smite, if only smite was ranged. And I was like, oh, that would be funny if somebody made a thing called smite shot. And I like casually looked at my binder and I was like, I do have a homebrew class. It is a constitution based spellcaster.
Those are tricky.
They're very tricky.
I was looking at one the other day that somebody made called a hemomancer, is what they were calling it.
It is very tricky.
Theirs was overpowered.
One of my main DMs is not necessarily constitution based, but they made a homebrew class that was so interesting. And the concept was they were called Veil Walkers, and most of what their abilities happened in the space where they were unconscious making death throws. They went into that space between life and death where you're trying to cling on or not, and could affect the battlefield from there and do some really fucked up shit.
Whoa.
That's intense.
Yeah.
That would be a high level anxiety class to play.
Right?
I don't know if I would like that or not. I have to think about that for a little while.
Yeah, the one I'm working on is called the Siphon, and it essentially siphons the souls out of creatures that it kills, and I have 3 subclasses, and you use those souls in different ways. One being to enhance yourself, one being to enhance others, and the other being, the other one is like a toss in the air for what I want it to be. But looking into Constitution-based casting is like, it's really hard because you teeter on having a wizard that has insane amounts of health, and then because you kind of have to give up things as a wizard, like Dex, and Con is kind of like on the edge of what do you do with it, because you only get a D6 as your hit die. So what do you balance with that? But we'll see. We'll see how that goes over time.
The Hemomancer class that I was looking at, the way that they did it was that you were a full spellcaster in regard to your spells known and the level at which you cast them, but instead of having spell slots, they used hit die to cast spells, and they had a couple ways of recuperating hit die. The problem with what their design was that they made the ways of recuperating hit die, I did a little bit of the math, they made it so much that they basically made it that they had way more spells than a regular spellcaster. I don't think they did on purpose, but some of the things they did stacked. But that was how they sort of went about doing it in that regard, which I thought was an interesting concept.
I also like taking classes and making a subclass that kind of flips it, like a paladin with smite shot that has ranged abilities. I have a warlock who is a intelligence-based casting class rather than charisma.
I think the intelligence-based warlock is a very good idea. I like that idea.
It's actually based on Armea, the deity that we met not too long ago. Very interesting.
Oh yeah, book lady.
Cool.
And as X-Saber made mention, intelligence casters do need love, and I don't think there's enough of them.
And I have no interest in playing.
D&D is full of dumb hot people.
What do you say, Cinder?
Oh, I was saying I have no interest in playing an artificer.
Oh, I love it. It's my favorite class. Love.
I like having them on my team. I just don't want to be one.
That's fair.
Like a bard. I love playing with a bard on my team, but I have no interest in playing a bard.
Like make the character satyr, call him a fainting goat.
Oh, with the veil walker. Oh,
What am I wrong about, X-Saber? I just spoke a feeling. I can't be wrong about my feelings. I didn't say they were bad.
I've only got to genuinely play one PC, and it's an armorer artificer, and he's the best.
If I was going to be an artificer, I would definitely go armorer. They seem
It's
like
so
fun.
good. Anything I get, any magical item, I integrate it into my armor. It's the best.
Well, if Cass wants to run a
Mouse critter?
yes,
Oh my god, that would be fun.
Tyler, you
If
can
what?
play again.
Have I ranted to you about Mouse Ritter yet?
Mass murder?
Mouse Ritter.
Mouse? No.
It is a little indie TTRPG where all the characters are little mice going on an adventure in the big wide world. And it's fucking adorable.
Oh boy.
Yes.
So cute.
I would definitely have to practice. I don't know if I'd practice my Mickey Mouse, but I'd probably try.
No, fully roll up with your mouse with that voice, I beg of you.
Huh? Come on!
I'm running a Mouse Ritter campaign right now, and one of the NPCs is a sparrow because one of the player characters is a sparrow rider. And the sparrow chirpy, always talk like this, and they talk really fast, and they're really ambitious, and they're very excited about everything all the time because they're a little bird. And it's so much.
That's hard to maintain.
Yeah, that would be tough.
I want to play it so bad. It
Yes.
sounds so cute.
Oh god, yeah, no, Mouse Ritter, I'll type it in chat.
Yeah, one of the we were playing around and I was rolling characters on the auto roller they have, and I rolled a Warbler,
Mm.
And I thought
Yeah.
that was so awesome.
The subclasses are just adorable. I mean, they're not really subclass. They're backgrounds. You get a couple starting items, and then what you do with that is up to you. Like, it's mostly a classless game, but it's so cute.
And you're all mice?
Yeah, you're mice going on a little mouse adventure.
Are there so there's not a chipmunk option?
There are not in the game options for other races besides mice.
Is there an
I
like
astral
powder.
squirrel?
No.
I accept.
You might encounter a chipmunk or a squirrel on your travels as a mouse, but mostly no, you're mice.
Is there an element of magic in the game or not really?
Yes, there is magic in the game.
How does it work?
I actually have the book.
It's actually
Just
called
with-
Mousing. No, sorry.
That is such a bad joke. I love it.
Okay, spells. In this game, spells are living spirits trapped by runes carved on obsidian tablets. Spells are usually found deep and dangerous places. The creation of spells is an art lost to all but the most learned wizards, and they guard their secrets closely. So each spell has a little token that you'll get and 3 usage dots. And when you cast a spell, you can decide on the power to cast it with, up to the number of remaining dots. You roll a number of d6 equal to that power number that you've assigned. For each one with a 4, 5, or 6, you mark the usage on the spell. Once it's been depleted, you will need to recharge it. Every spell has a different way of being recharged. And they're physical objects, spells that you go out and you find in secret places, which is very exciting.
It's the same people that did Honey Heist. Put together Honey Heist. I don't know if you guys have heard or played that.
Everybody's
I
a
am
babe.
familiar. I am familiar.
The Honey Heist.
Yeah, same people. The art in the book is so cute. It's so cute.
Yeah, I want to order it just for the book.
Yeah.
Like,
But yeah, I'd love to run a mouse one-shot. That would be so fun.
yes!
Like,
Love it. So cool.
I also had an idea. You were talking about physical spells. I had an idea for like I can't remember what I called that. I think it was like tribalist or something, where like you had spells tattooed onto your body, and that's how you casted them. But you had to like
That's
dedicate
cool.
your life to those spells because they became the ink on your body.
Mm-hmm. Have you guys read what is that Brandon Sanderson series?
Mistborn.
Yeah. Have you?
I have not read it, but those books sit on my shelf. It's off camera,
Oh,
but I
Dude,
have to read them at some point.
they're so good. But there's I thought it was really interesting because one of the characters in there, he's like a monk type dude, and his power comes from like jewelry, like rings and like metal bands, but he has to conserve, like if he wants to be strong, he has to be weak for like several days to recharge the strength ring or bracelet. And once he expends it, then it has to be recharged again. And I always thought that was really an interesting power storage type idea.
yeah, that's
Those
very cool.
books are so good. They're so good.
All right. I'll read them eventually. I know I'm gonna enjoy them. I just haven't gotten around to them.
Listen to the audio. The audiobook
it is
is really
getting-
good too.
Quite close to the top of the hour.
Yeah, I
So
was about to
we're-
say, is there anything anybody wants to make mention of? I think I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up here in the next couple of minutes. Is there anything you guys wanted to say? As you know, this is our first after show, which I've had a lot of fun doing. I think Pat is on the right track. I think having it on a different day with a little bit more time and a little bit more structure would be fantastic, and I would love it so much. But is there anything that you guys wanted to talk about real quick before we in the show, as it were?
I appreciate you all. You're great.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a really fun session. Thank you so much, Tyler.
Yeah, I had a great time with you guys. Thanks for making it so much freaking fun.
Woo!
I'll post.
I have nothing to add.
We've got a couple more, the Discord link and the follows to do. There's also, I set up, and please join the Discord and give critiques and such about our characters, all the stuff going on. I just posted the Patreon link. If you have any suggestions about how that could be set up, we have a couple things going on the back end about how that's going to go down. But we're trying to build this little community with you guys, and we'd love for your feedback, especially you guys that are joining us every week.
Still 11 people watching.
So, can I tell you guys something that I have learned about streaming, and we can talk about it live because it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
D&D streaming is really small. So, one of the things is that Twitch is really bad for like findability. I forget what the word for that is, like discoverability. But if you stream late at night, people just hang out. Like the stream that I did the other night, I had more people after midnight than I did before midnight.
Nice.
Because there's not a lot of shows on, so people are more likely to click on your thingy majiggy.
Fair.
Saber. Okay, like, sorry. Yeah, come join our come join our Discord and see all the great memes that X-Saber is making of Tyler.
See all the Tyler memes. I greatly enjoy them. Seriously,
Yes.
it cracks me. It's been my ego's dream to have memes created of me. So thank you so much for bringing that to life.
Yeah, no, X-Saber is a jewel, and I adore them.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you to my players for joining me for this after show. And I hope you guys have a heck of a week.
You too!
Thanks, guys.